Hello and welcome to round 8, the penultimate round of the Qatar Masters Open 2023. And guess what? It is crunch time. We have 6 players sharing the lead with 5.5 points, but it's crowded at the top because guess what? 11 players are trailing them by half a point. Well, that means only one thing matters: winning games. I'm your host, International Master Jovanka Houska, and here to share with us all their knowledge and their wisdom, it is International Master Irene Sukandar and our Grandmaster in the corner, Evgenij Miroshnichenko. And yesterday, guys, it was a wild day. We saw lots of shocks and surprises and everyone playing very crazy chess. What do you think is going to happen today?
I think today is going to be even crazier, Yovi, because again, players are getting tired and blunders are going to be found on the board for sure. Even on the top boards, we saw a few miniatures from yesterday's game as well. But I think since players acknowledge this, all the fatigueness, I think they would also be very, very careful. So it's not going to be a surprise if we see lots of draws today.
Yeah, after yesterday's wild ride, let's take a look at today's standings. And as I mentioned in the intro, there's a lot of people fighting for first place. 6 players sharing the lead with 5.5 points. And here they are. You can see Narayanan, Sindarov, Eragaisi, Paravian, and Kartikeyan, as well as Yakuboev. So we're going to look up exciting matches today. And let's not forget, there are 11 people chasing them on 5 points. Amongst them, Hikaru Nakamura, Paro Magsudlu, and Anish Giri, who made a nice comeback.
Right, yes.
Nordibek Abdusattorov also a force to be reckoned with. And if you pay attention, like the pursuiters, 2780, 2707, so all rated 27 plus. So very, very dangerous group of players.
Absolutely. 2700 plus. So let's take a look at some of today's pairings. So, of course, we have Magnus Carlsen at the top of the table playing on a fixed board, as is Hikaru Nakamura. And we're going to bring up the pairings any second now. But... Yep. And there we can see the playing arena in Lusail. And here we go. Magnus Carlsen facing off against Grigory Kaidanov. Yesterday, Grigory Kaidanov played one of those beautiful miniatures that you mentioned there, Irene. And Hikaru Nakamura will face off against the young Pranav. But it is on board 3 where we see the battle between leaders Eragaisi, Paravian, Sindarov, Yakuboev, and Kartikeyan against
Narayanan.
Thank you.
There you go.
It's just one of those days.
Yes.
And we will definitely be focusing on those matches as well as those players on 5 points, because any one of them could jump into the lead as well.
Yes, and we will see 2 matches of the Uzbek players. And now we are looking at the board number 11 to 20. Is there anything that's catching your eye, Miro?
Not much. I mean, all the same. Well, some, like international masters I can see. Like Ahmadzada Ahmad, for instance, Ahmad of Riyadh, even people rated less than 2500. To think of it, I mean, they have the same points as Magnus Carlsen. Playing the same tournament, right? It's not the B tournament. You played the same tournament with Magnus Carlsen and you're equal with him in points. By the way, half a point in front of Jordan Van Forest after his poor performance yesterday.
Yeah, and actually I saw some interesting stats that the person who'd lost the most rating points was actually Fedoseev. He'd lost minus 17. Second place is none other than world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, losing 16 rating points, suffering his second loss yesterday, also being held to a draw. So, and then Nihal Sarin, who's had a really unfortunate tournament, minus 15.5. And there we can see the playing arena. This is the moment when the nerves start jangling. There we can see on the camera Gregory Kaidanov getting ready to face off against world number one Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces.
I'll be like Kaidanov. I would be happy to be like Kaidanov in my 60s later, facing the world number one. It's not every day we see such a, well, you can already call yourself a veteran, right? But yet, you're still facing the world number one in the penultimate round. So it's not like you're playing against Magnus Carlsen on the first or second round where there might be some lucky draws, but you're playing on the round number 8.
Yeah, and there we can see Chief Arbiter Laurent Fred. I'm sure he's just reminding the players that tomorrow the round does begin 2 hours earlier at 1 p.m.
Yeah, and it will be quite a difference into the routine of the players, because 2 hours is actually quite a lot, especially if if you play at 3 p.m. and then suddenly you play at 5 p.m., I think it's actually even nicer, but you play 2 hours earlier than usually scheduled, so quite a change.
And the ceremonial first move is being played on board 5 between the All-Indian derby of Karthikeyan and Narayanan. And Narayanan has had a fantastic tournament. He was the only person to take the sole lead, but so has Karthikeyan after yesterday's fabulous victory over Magnus Carlsen. He's only the second Indian to have defeated Magnus Carlsen in a classical game.
After
Vishy Anand.
After Vishy Anand. Oh, that's amazing. It's going down in the history book for sure. And I think we have a liftoff, and Kaidanov is still waiting for Magnus Carlsen to arrive.
Yeah, no, Magnus. Should we be worried after yesterday's loss? Or, no, it's just perhaps a couple of minutes of hesitation, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're expecting Magnus to arrive anytime now, but whilst we are waiting for his arrival, maybe we can check out board 2, Hikaru Nakamura facing off against 17-year-old Pranav.
Yeah, it's still second move on the board, d4, knight f6, so it's going to be, it could be anything, but Pranav chose to play e6.
And there is the world number one making his arrival into the playing arena. What can we expect from him today?
Wow.
He's been playing quite ambitious chess, especially from yesterday's game. He took risks, and also he's had 2 consecutive whites. He's been upfloated.
Yeah, being upfloated against none other than Gregory Kaidanov. And okay, quick prediction on the first move. Miro, quick prediction.
E4.
Yovi?
D4.
Okay, then I'll go C4.
Yeah.
So that we can all have a different.
Feels like it's almost very rarely D4 nowadays from Magnus, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know, wait, sometimes it would be the London system and then it would be D4, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but I hardly remember him playing the main lines of D4. Well, some Catalans, anyway. I'm just saying, I'm not sure E4 is going to happen, but...
Anything can still
Yeah.
happen, even at F3. Yeah, we'll see.
Knight F3 is solid.
Oh,
Adjusting.
Are we-
Moment of truth coming soon.
I thought for a second he was actually going to develop the knights, in which case we would all been wrong.
Could be the other night. Yeah?
Not
Yeah.
C3, yeah?
Yes.
Maybe, Kaidanov is an older player, maybe not so familiar with modern theory.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a good one to experiment against? Instead of going E4 and facing classical chess, maybe you could play knight C3 or something, and
something
try to
really,
trick them into something trendy.
really off the charts, right?
Yeah.
Well, Kaidanov, though, he's very experienced playing, in open tournaments in the US. So he had seen some weird stuff, I believe, through the years of his career. And
it's a pawn move.
is a pawn move.
It's
and it's
D4.
D4. Jovi, well done.
Well, I don't know, but I felt a bit smug. I mean, it could have been anything. But okay, D4, D5 on the board. Okay. Shall we wait for Magnus to make a second move, or shall we go down to Hikaru Nakamura against Pranav?
Hang on, okay. Quick prediction on the second move.
Okay.
C4, knight f3, or bishop f4?
Or knight c3.
I don't think he would play some... How is it called again? Farizov?
Bishop f4.
Okay.
Bishop f4.
Calling all the London system fans on the chess internet. I'm so eager to wait how this game will unfold, because I'm a fan of London system myself. So yeah, we'll see.
We will see. Definitely keep an eye on this game, because if Kaidanov manages to win, then he will go up to 6 points, and 6 points gives him a shot at winning first prize. I think it is mathematically possible that Magnus can win first prize, but he needs every single result to go his way. He needs people to lose. And yeah, that one is going to be difficult.
Yeah.
But let's move down to board 2, where we can see Hikaru facing off against 17-year-old Pranav. Pranav yesterday had a very solid draw against Abdusattorov. What has happened here? Shall we bring up the analysis board and check out this game?
Yes. So the game went as we spoke before. It's b6 and a3. So if I'm not mistaken, this is like the Queen's Indian Petrosian line.
Yep. That's what it's called, yeah.
So bishop a6, queen c2, and bishop goes back to b7, knight c3, c5, e4, cd4, knight d4, and bishop c5. And after knight b3, knight c6. Yeah, this is one of those lines that both white and black have to be careful, because there are so many similar move orders. I think I played a crazy game like this. I played against American Grandmaster Ben Feingold, and I was playing with black pieces, and it was just such a crazy game. So, but it happened like many years ago. And after knight c6, Hikaru is thinking, yeah.
It's very similar to the game that Magnus lost.
Yep.
Against
Suleimanov.
Suleimanov, yeah.
Knight f3 instead of knight b3, right?
Yes. And, well, there it was very important that Magnus retreated the bishop not to e7, but to d6. But here, the bishop hasn't even retreated at all. So it's the big question to take that bishop, but I will check out. I just need to input the moves. I will
F3
check out the
was
database,
played.
yeah.
F3 was played relatively quickly by Hikaru, which is an interesting move. So, kind of avoiding any... No, not like knight g4 was an idea. No, I'm just kind of thinking, yeah, like taking on c5 is one thing, then b takes, and you have to care of d4 square. So perhaps, even though you wouldn't mind taking in the long run, first prepare, but then f2, f3 is not necessarily the first move that comes to mind, right? Like you'd probably attempt to develop one of the bishops. Yeah, like nothing was hanging. e4 pawn was protected, so you could play bishop e2 if you're planning for short castle. You could play perhaps like bishop f4 or something if you're planning to castle long. Yep.
Okay, so they are still in the realm of the theory. Did you find anything, Yovi?
I'm just getting there.
Yeah, so just a friendly reminder for all the chess viewers. Tomorrow we start at 1 p.m. local time. So it's going to be 2 hours earlier than usually. And just don't be late, because if you're late, you might miss the whole show. And we might have tiebreak tomorrow too, right?
Exactly.
And I think it's quite likely that we will have tiebreak anyway.
Judging by the numbers,
Yes.
I think it would be a miracle if we did not have tie breaks. And yes, I've got my database up and running. F3 is not the most popular move. The most popular move by white was actually to go bishop to g5, pin the
G5,
knight.
yeah.
Another possibility was to go bishop f4, and knight takes c5 as a third option. All the way down, f3 has been played, and recently played as in 20. Is 2021 recent these
Of
days?
course.
Yeah,
Of course.
Well, that's what in my vocabulary it is. But do you think in everyone else's vocabulary it's like
It is
no, it's
recent.
2 years
No,
It is
ago.
it's still
recent.
Okay,
recent, yeah.
that's good we clarified that. So it was played in 2021, and after f3, Black actually played bishop e7. They also tried a6.
Bishop e7 or
A6.
or a6.
Yes. And it's Alexeyev who's faced this twice. And he tried bishop e7.
Yeah. And what's the move after a6? Can you please tell us? I mean, like after a6, what White's idea? Because f3 is still kind of confusing. Is it captures c5, bishop e3, and then queen f2 in case of knight d4? I mean, that's the only explanation I can find for f3 move. But I'm not sure if it's any good.
Well, what White tends to do in this type of positions is actually just take the bishop
Yes.
and then just go bishop e3. So.
Bishop e3, right,
And the whole idea, this is it. This is the deep point of f3. If
Knight
you
d4.
jump into d4 with the knight, queen goes to f2. You got a square.
Yeah, that's makes sense. Yeah. Okay. And after f3, Pranav is still thinking because
yeah.
Black has a few options, yeah.
Right.
And Black has to be careful as well with White's idea. This is one of the trendy ideas, in modern chess. Like these people, elite grandmasters, they're just going to go to the sideline of sidelines. You mentioned it before, and try to confuse their opponents and trying to test their knowledge, whether they know it or not. And even if they do, how far do you know this variation?
Exactly. You can. It's interesting as well because we were discussing in the bus with Anish Giri, right? And this was his whole strategy in this tournament, just to kind of confuse people with some very strange move orders, but then get a position that he's strategically familiar with. And you're going to see the same here with Hikaru. He's giving his opponent a choice. Do you preserve your dark square bishop? Do you not? What is the point of f3? And yeah, we will leave Pranav to his own devices here and move down. Let's go to board 3, where we have Arjun Erigaisi facing off against David Paravian.
Yes, and what do we have here? Oh, Queen's Gambit accepted.
That's a rare beast, isn't it? Normally it's like Queen's Gambit declined, or now we see the Tarash, or semi-Tarash as well. Queen's Gambit accepted, not so popular.
Oh, strangely, there is no reason why it's not popular.
No.
It's very solid for Black, and it's not the first time I see White playing the b3 happen in the game, which does seem to be like not the most challenging system for sure, right? So if you want to really fight for advantage against the Queen's Gambit acceptor, I would still think like 3e4 is the main attempt, fighting for the center. But
you need to know theory there.
They keep playing this modest line with little subtleties, yes, and like if Black is not careful, he can get in some danger, but no big thing, so to speak.
Yeah, so what do we think about this position?
Solid.
Solid.
Solid for both, and I don't think Paravian is like really surprised with this particular line. He's a good theoretician and so on. But that once again brings us back to our predictions before the round. So it's easy to to kind of foresee that those who are in the lead will try to be like, I wouldn't mind winning, but I don't like losing. But those who are half a point behind maybe will be more aggressive, right? You have to catch up to the leaders. Yeah,
that's the whole point. But even those people on 5.5, you can't just coast your way to a first.
Right. No, you need to win, but again, losing would be a disaster because 10 people in front of you, right?
Right.
And with 5 out of 7, like a draw and a win might not be of the same, a draw and a loss might not be of the same kind of same value, but winning really like lifts you up so much in the tournament table.
Yeah. So my prediction would be on the top boards, like literally on the first 3 boards. I'm counting the boards from Erigaisi to Narayanan, so the leaderboards. I think we will see so many draws, but those who are on, let's say, 4.5 and even 5, they will try their best to win the game.
Yeah.
So in a hindsight, their games might be more interesting than the top boards.
And what about those higher rated players who are underperforming? You think that they will go hard, play quite risky chess?
If possible, yeah, if possible. For example, we see Gukesh on the 4.5, and he's playing white right now against Robbie Kaflishvili. We haven't actually seen the game, but I would assume he would go for, fighting for advantage since he was white. But we see now in this board, Erigaisi versus Paravian, like Miro said, playing this B3 line that is not quite challenging for black. So I think it really matters where your position is in the tournament. It's also deciding what type of variation or lines that you're going to choose. So, yeah, I would say Gukesh will make a comeback on this round, and so other underperformer.
Yeah, and we do see Paravian reaching for the B pawn. He has a choice to either attack the bishop with a pawn or just put the black queen to e7.
Yeah, there's also another idea here to actually play b6, if I'm not mistaken. This b3 variation. I'm not sure about the placement of the knight on d2, but I remember there was also a line that you just put on b6 instead of b5.
It's an idea, right? Because
idea.
one of the downsides of putting the pawn on b5 is that once the bishop retreats, the pawn on b5 can be undermined. White can challenge it with a2, a4,
yes.
and then there will be a c4 square for the knight. But the most popular move actually is queen e7.
Queen e7, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that looks...
It looks quite natural. One of the things I like about this system for white, it does look like it's harmless, but there are kind of like deeper middle game concepts that black has to be careful about. And it is like no risk, Say, for instance, black plays b5, you do have this idea of a4. You also have this idea of hunting down the dark square bishop and getting an advantage that way. But so far, so good. Let's work our way down to board 4. Now, this one I'm very interested because we also saw on board 5 we have an all-Indian derby. Now we have an all-Uzbek derby as well. It's Sindarov, 17 years old, against Yakuboev. And how have things developed?
Very exciting position.
Your favorite mirror.
Very exciting position.
Very symmetrical.
Honestly, that's a nightmare position because that's, as you know, as the coach, you have to kind of undo a lot of harm which is done to younger players by different coaches, because if they taught you to play this, and obviously I'm not talking about these grandmasters who have ideas and so on, but they tell you develop the pieces, right, castle, and then look for the plan. So we are left like, let's play d6, develop both bishops to e3, let's say black's gonna take, right, then black's gonna play bishop e6, white's gonna take, and then we start looking for the plan. And there is no plan because it's a stupid symmetrical position. Yeah.
Well,
Rant over.
There are some points to the position, and I just kind of wanted to highlight one of them that we see in the under 10 section, and, and that is.
If you keep repeating the moves.
Well, this is really common. I once did some kind of coaching work at an under 10s tournament, and literally every game was like this, but minus the insertion of h3 and h6. After d3, black played copycat, which is actually a valid move. But then once the bishop came out to g, so instead of h6,
H6 was
Yeah,
done
H6
earlier.
was
D3.
was a bit smart. Yeah.
D3, D6.
Yeah, D6, and then castle, and now the bishop comes out to
E3 or
G5. No, G5.
Bishop G5 and Bishop
then,
G4.
And then
Yeah,
Bishop
let's-
G4, and then suddenly, oh my goodness me, what's happened after knight to D5? I swear to you, every single game went like this.
Can you play knight D4? Let's analyze. I mean,
Yes, they did. They did as
that's
well.
what they do, right? How does white win here? I mean, that's a
Well,
big
I
question.
think they all went knight takes knight and then bishop H6.
Right, okay. And then we take knight takes knight and go bishop H3.
Yeah.
Looks solid for black.
Oh, but in this position, you can go F4, yeah?
Yeah.
And I should go F5, right?
Yeah, well, I think the game normally ended with them taking the rook and then checkmate. But okay, I just wanted to point out, like, there is this danger, especially when you're just learning how to play chess and you're learning the basic concepts. So H3, H6, and there is one other point that I wanted to mention, that if black had played D6, it is possible for white to go knight to A4 and to imbalance the position that way,
Yeah. Catching the
bishop. So I wouldn't be surprised if after A6, A3 gets played.
Or A4.
Or A4.
Or A4.
Yeah, okay. This one's already not like fully
Okay.
symmetrical. And there is some kind of, there will be some play.
Okay. And let's move down one board to the Karthikeyan against Narayanan. And I also wanted to talk about how do you think Karthikeyan must be feeling? Because yesterday he had such a sensational result. I'm sure the phone just did not stop ringing.
Of course, yes. Well, I had an opportunity to play him myself. I think in 2019, the whole Indonesian team, we had some sort of a tryout to India, and then we visited the chess academy of Ramesh, and Karthikeyan was there, and I had a game with him, which ended with a draw. It was a rapid game, and then we talked and analyzed afterwards. In my personal opinion, he is such a humble person, very, very humble indeed, and he's always there, even though, rating-wise and title-wise, he's way above mine. But if I ask question about this particular position, he would be very happy to assist. So
you think he will be unaffected by yesterday's victory? Because it is like a kind of career high for him, and he will suddenly be subject to all this attention. And they often say, like, once you achieve something that you've really wanted, that it's actually very difficult to kind of play chess the next day. Like we see it, when you win a tournament with a round to spare,
right,
and then the last round you just lose.
Happened to me too. I just lose. Yeah. Well, I think it depends on how ambitious Karthikeyan is. Maybe because playing and winning against Magnus is not really, the highest dreams of his. Could be. Maybe he wants to, being 2700. I think it's more important for him. But yeah, of course. You are being the second person in the history defeating world number one after Fischiana. Of course, it's just, if he withdrew after yesterday's game, I'm not going to be surprised.
Yeah, but that's the thing, he will be on the media. There will be special congratulations, because I remember when Pragnananda became the youngest person to ever defeat Magnus Carlsen. It just went crazy, and Sachin Tendulkar, the cricketer, the Prime Minister of India, Modi, he also tweeted and sent the congratulations. And I remember Prag was like, there's been so much attention. It's been quite crazy.
One thing for sure, which I really like, that how Ramesh he taught all his students, during a tournament, stay away from social media. So I think this is what Karthikeyan is also doing right now. Even though he's after yesterday's game, he's the center of attention. I think it didn't really affect him so much in the internet world. I mean, but I think after this tournament, he would check everything. His phone will be bombing with notifications.
Yeah, and let's check out the actual moves played. So
Still a theoretical position, this one, right?
yeah, this looks to me like an open
Spanish.
Yes, Black plays quite aggressively, dynamically activating the pieces, and
C3. Bishop C3.
but it's always. I know that it's quite theoretical, but it's always a bit strange to me, like how, like Black manages to get a pawn on D3.
Don't you feel like this one is a bit, a bit forgotten line, right? It was like debated on the very top. I think Mamedyarov was playing with Black on a couple of occasions, but that was perhaps like 8 years back, something like that. And now I can hardly recall any high-level games.
Well, I will have a look at. So far, I'm just because I'm having to input the moves, and
Narayanan played it very, very quickly, bridged this position, so he's on move 17 with 1 hour 35.
yep, no, so far so good. It's all following theory, and okay, so Wei Yi has played this variation with white, as has Fabiano Caruana. Ivan Saric is another theoretician, faced off against Shahryar Mamedyarov in this line. And we all know that Mamedyarov is the big expert in this open Lopez.
So H4 was played.
H4 played.
And knight takes d4.
Knight d4 almost immediately. That's interesting. Could it be that they both know what... I mean, probably they do, but it's like it's not that obvious, right? It's not that obvious, the moves. Like h4, I'm still struggling to understand the idea,
Okay, so... hang on a second. I just clicked the wrong thing. Okay. So h4 was played, and I saw that... I'm just touching things. Okay, so... I'm just going to take a look at the game between Fabiana Caruana and Hu Yifan. And there she responded with bishop g6. And his plan was to go...
Bishop g6, h4, bishop g6.
h4, bishop g6. And his plan was b4. But then she somehow forced things with d2. So I think the plan could be just take space. And knight takes d4 has been played before.
So what do we do?
And white always responded with knight takes knight.
Okay. And
attacking the bishop. The bishop has moved to e4. Black has also tried d2. But bishop e4, was that played?
no, it's
our analysis.
d4, yeah.
Bishop e4.
Yeah. I suspect this is going to be one of those theoretical draw line that these guys are playing, and I mean it's a good strategy though, because in this stage of the event you don't want to lose. Draw is always a fine result, and tomorrow you have a game that's going to start 2 hours earlier than usually. So yeah.
So you think that the players will just kind of agree a draw, prepare themselves for what is happening tomorrow?
I think it's more like Black is preparing for the drawing line, because as white, you always want to try and get some little advantage. But of course, if Black knows what he's doing and if he's very well prepared, like what Narayanan is showing right now, I think it's going to be a very easy draw for Black.
Okay. Well, you heard them words. Easy draw for Black. We'll see if that in fact happens. And let's go down to Anish Giri, Puranik against Anish Giri. And, well, Anish is a man of his word. He's produced a course on the Najdorf, and Najdorf has been delivered.
Yeah. I cannot remember when was the last time top-level grandmasters playing this Zozin system against the Najdorf. Well, maybe it's being modernized. I don't know. It was one of my earliest system against Najdorf, which I haven't played for maybe 15 years.
I do remember, like, very high-level game, and also very exciting game, but it was possibly 20 years ago.
Yeah,
like Morosevich Kasparov, I'm referring to, of course, the famous game in the Southern Sicilian. I think Nigel Short was playing against Kasparov in their match, right? Yeah, Queen f3, after which Wait a sec, but I just realized that white has already played bishop e3. So Morozevic's ideas were with bishop b3, castle short, queen f3 and stuff. Yeah, so with bishop e3 it's a little bit different, but nonetheless, g4, pushing the pawn, and then b4. What's going on here?
Are they out of the book yet?
No, one game. One game. It was quite an interesting tussle between Adiban and Abhimanyu Mishra.
Ooh.
So Black
Oh,
did
so
in
it's-
fact play b4.
New theory then, right?
2021.
Recent, yeah.
Recent
Very recent.
in my book. But there will come a time when it's not that recent. Okay, so
So what does white do?
and knight ce2.
Knight c to e2,
Yeah.
Okay.
preparing to play knight g3 if bishop b7 happens, right?
Bishop b7 was in fact played in the game that I referenced, and knight g3 played, and now Black struck out in the center with d5, which, as we know in a Sicilian, may or may not be a good idea. And White in that game played e5.
Ooh. Sacrificing the pawn. And what happened after queen takes?
Well, Black actually didn't have the courage to take it, but we can. We can take it,
totally.
and I'm guessing that you castle
Long castle.
queenside. Yay!
And bishop f4 is going to trap the queen, so we have to move the queen back, I guess. Queen c7, let's do it. Since we have all the power
Yeah.
to tag everything back.
And actually,
Kind of dangerous.
Yeah, it is, it
It is
is.
dangerous because you can go g5,
g5. Let's go
At g5, knight e4.
and then
knight e4, knight d7.
Knight d7, I'd be scared.
I'd be scared as well with knight e4.
Well, at least
Okay, let's try
kind
knight
of a, kind of a... No, I mean, after knight d7, knight h5, I just don't know what's the next move.
there's also knight f5 as well.
Knight f5, which knight?
Uh,
The G.
Knight g f5,
Here after
but
knight-
not here.
Oh, not here.
After
Not
knight
here, but
d7.
after knight d7. You always,
Yeah.
in these Sozin lines, you always have to look
Yeah.
at knight f5. I remember I had, long time ago, I decided to play like this, and it was scary stuff because I was being asked to force, to sacrifice all my pieces, and I was like, this is not my personality. So, safe chess for me. Thank
Safe
you very
chess.
much.
Let's
Okay.
see, two.
So we still have. Oh, okay. Before was played and then
Anish
knight
played,
c2.
yeah, before knight
And
c2, and he just played something.
something.
I think he didn't go d5. He just
uh,
went knight to d7.
Knight f to d7, right?
Mm-hmm.
Knight f6 to d7.
Ooh. And the first thing that I'm looking at,
Is
Bishop
the
takes pawn.
pawn, yeah.
which is the point of the Sozin.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but here you have knight e5, yeah, and then the whole concept
Oh, here,
did
knight
not
f5
really
immediately.
work. Yeah,
Okay.
but yes, bishop e6 is a very thematic idea. Bishop e6, pawn takes, knight takes, then you take g7 and ruin all the pawns for black and attack the king.
Yeah. Could it be that this pawn on g4 is also has another purpose, putting the queen on g3, for example, and then push f4?
Yeah.
Could be anything now.
Well, black clearly has a positional idea of going knight c5, right? And maybe not taking the bishop outright, but kind of having control over the b3 bishop, so he'll take it in the right moment. So I would think like white perhaps needs to prepare against it. Knight e5 is another thing.
Yeah, I guess you have to be ready just to move the queen out of the way. But I'm just, you mentioned knight to h5 being an idea. So could you just put a knight on, I don't know, f4? I was thinking f4.
Knight f4?
Yeah.
Knight
You want
f4,
to take
yeah.
twice on e6, yeah?
Knight f4, where
Yeah, that too.
knight f4, black probably goes knight c5 then, right? Not knight e5.
At c5, yeah.
And then what happens if you...
Just be careful. Bishop b7 might be the next move.
Yeah, I was thinking about knight to h5
Knight h5 now?
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and then...
I'm not in my natural habitat here.
Yeah.
Like throwing the pieces forward, being prepared to sacrifice. Not my chess.
Drawing the inspiration from the game between Arjuna Regaisi versus Riddick Makarian, I'll put my bishop back.
Yeah. Well, actually, now that I'm looking at it, like it's nice and all, knight on h5, but could black even castle?
Interesting.
Or it's too creative? No, castle's still too creative, right?
But there's no really direct attack to the king. So
G5.
this might be it.
G5.
G5, okay, but let's do something with this pawn, yeah? Bishop b7. And are you pulling your knight back to g3?
Yes.
You have to.
Yes.
I was hoping knight f6.
And I never understood, like, in this type of position, what is white meant to do if black just goes a5?
And I think that's a good move to in this
And
position.
knight g3 is not the move. I'm
Okay,
almost
okay.
sure. Like if we've gotten there, we have to go knight f6.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
if doesn't,
Yeah,
if
okay.
knight f6 doesn't work, that means our previous play was
Bad.
not
Okay.
good.
Could
yeah.
it be bishop d5? I know it's a little bit...
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Take
But yeah, but we're far off
Yes.
the the reality. So let's for now just look at what we have after knight f to d7, because there might be other options for white. There might be other options for white.
Well, is white going h4, h5?
I'm afraid that this one is kind of usually too slow, right?
Okay.
Because we would, in this case, we would attack as we usually do in so-called English attack, right? But then we do not spend the time on bishop c4, bishop b3. I think we kind of helped black a little. So there is like a very strange threat. Like you go g5, queen h3, and you want g6. But I don't think it's in this position. I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes like you want to play g6 and the h pawn is pinned, and this way you undermine the e6 square. So I'm not familiar with this position either, and therefore, it's very hard to kind of come up with clever moves.
Yeah. And
Okay.
yeah, complicated position there already. And okay, we'll leave this game for now and let's go down to another Uzbek derby between Vahidov and Abdusattorov. And for me, this is always quite interesting because Vahidov did work with Abdusattorov when he was younger. And when Nordibek actually became world rapid champion when he was just 17, I think in 2021, he got given like a flat from
Nice.
the Uzbek government, but so did Vahidov for being his trainer. And they've also chosen a very solid opening as well. So yesterday, it was really strange because I remember within the first hour, I was like, I don't know where to turn because like pieces are flying everywhere. And here it's like, it's the calm after the storm.
Yeah. There is one fun game, but we are getting there. We're
Okay.
getting there. I've checked, the openings after 5 moves each and thought, okay, disappointing. But then I found one game. Giri's game has all the potential, of course. Right here, not much to talk just yet. It's Carlsbad for I don't know for how many years this position is known.
Yeah, and the big question for white is whether they're going to put the knight on f3 or the knight on e2. That has yet to be decided, so we'll find out.
Oh, by the way, we have a result already.
Really?
3 minutes out in the game, and we have this one, Vaishali versus Riddick Makarian, ended with a draw. And I think Vaishali is still on the track to get her last GM norm.
But wait 1 second, so everyone has played like 12 moves, and they raced to 30 moves. Wow.
Okay. I think Vaishali is still undefeated, or maybe I'm...
No, she lost.
She lost to Gukesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's her only loss.
And she was in trouble yesterday
Yeah.
against Aditya Mittal but she held on and secured the draw. But yeah, she should be well on track for getting her third and final GM norm.
Right. Okay. Let's come back to the top boards and what's happening in the game between Setu Raman versus Maksud Liu. Another knight off?
The knight off with bishop g5 and queen e2 move.
Well, this one looks like it's a bit fruity. It's opposite side castling. Wow.
And this h4, h5, rook h3 is very, very peculiar if you see it for the first time, even though, like rook on h3 proves to be very useful against usual Sicilian ideas of sacrificing, the exchange on c3. And sometimes you can even dream of, say, sacrificing the knight on b5 and then rook shifts over on the third rank. I don't know, probably not here, but yeah.
Yeah, okay, so they are preparing for quite a fighting game on this line. I think we'll keep an eye on this because, again, when it comes about Maksud Liu, you can expect like some fireworks on the board. And let's move down, maybe, Yovi.
Yeah. Well, so the next one is the position that I was talking about.
Okay, let's see it from the
next
start.
One is the position.
B3.
Cowboy stuff.
Yeah, well,
Adban would be proud.
Yeah, like b3 is not nowadays is not like out of this world, right? I mean, it's kind of became a legit opening, but later on, I mean, if you check what happens later on, it's just absolutely crazy.
Takes this little move a3.
Yeah.
Bishop b5.
Queen
Knight
g5,
f3.
knight f3. Yeah, just give the g2 pawn.
Queen h3, rook g3, queen h6, knight takes e5, okay. Queen takes h2, queen f3.
And
Is
not
this theory or Yovi?
I mean, for them apparently,
Fact checker.
for them apparently it's a theory because, like Shimanov barely spent any time, but
No, the
it's
answer
a very
is clear and simple, not theory.
not theory.
When did it leave the realms of theory? It left the realms of theory after queen to g5.
So queen g5 is
Yeah.
new move.
It is a new move, but then I can also see by the engine was liking it from the start. So
it is some engine preparation,
definitely.
perhaps. Yeah.
And after knight f3, and all the moves are quite engine move, I guess.
And
Like-
would it have been a surprise to Oparin that Shimanov played b3?
It probably would.
Oh,
Yeah. From what I can see, on online engine, it's actually not very happy with queen h2, after which the evaluation kind of shifts slightly in white's favor. Like it's still, we are talking like 0 point something. But apparently the better move was bishop d6 once again.
Instead of queen takes
Don't
h2.
ask me why. Yeah.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6, yeah.
Bishop d6 is a very brave move because after knight
Bishop
takes knight,
d6,
what is
yeah.
the
And
response?
if knight takes knight, you say, okay, this discovered check is not threatening enough, and you just take the rook. Bishop g3, and here black would have been winning, in fact.
Okay, that's good to know. So why is it not the same case with queen takes h2 and queen f3 thrown in?
And he did it.
F3.
Oparin just played bishop.
He did play bishop d6 now, but then, I don't know, maybe white kind of in time to do something, because Compi says you just play d3 and, d3, knight d2, maybe castle long, and perhaps, you pawn the pawn on h2, that the queen's going to be in danger, so you have to return back. It still says it's equal, so I don't think it's any problem. It's just that bishop d6, once again, according to engine, bishop d6 before capturing the pawn was somewhat better.
Okay, and well,
So that's board 9, and then on board 10, Gukesh.
Yeah, we're not going to focus so much on Gukesh against Kevlishvili because they're just on 4.5 points.
Yes.
And
The opening, though.
okay, the opening we can check, and we will.
not your usual London system. What is h4?
No, it's actually quite popular in conjunction with knight c3. I've seen Eric Icey do it, you know, h4, g4, and then just
move
wall the
5.
king side.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
Anyway.
not on move 5, but, you know, creativity.
Okay. Is there anything that's catching your eyes, or should we circle back to the top board between Carlsen versus
Yeah,
Carlsen?
let's check Carlsen, because what we've seen, the London system, and we said, yeah, London system period. It was d4, d5, bishop f4. That's all we've seen from Magnus. So let's see how their game developed. Because they're currently on, what, move 16.
And knight h5, bishop e3. So it's still pretty much in the theory.
I thought it was a
yeah.
relatively trendy line for black.
Well, I remember the one who introduced it, the one who popularized it, I think it was Wesley So back in US Chess Champs 2016. There was this line, and it was such a good line after knight e5 and then g6 and so on. But this theory kind of very modernized with there's g4 idea with Hikaru played it so many times, and people kind of stopped playing it. So I don't know. Bishop d3, it's not really the main move, but obviously it's very playable. And knight f4.
It just takes.
Yeah, it just takes. Yeah, I mean that's the whole idea when you play knight e5 is to stop knight f4. But
All right. So
Carlsen allowed it.
look, what Magnus is doing, he is playing as he would with the black pieces in a Carlsbad structure, right? So imagine Queen's Gambit declined Carlsbad with colors reversed. The structure would be the same.
He literally is doing exactly the same. You know, it's all about controlling the e5 square and or expanding on the queen side and trying to secure the c5 square.
Yeah. So that's what you do. Like in Carlsbad with black, you don't have such liberty because white usually like achieves more. One more tempo, and also the bishop which Kaidanov has behind the e6 pawn, the bishop would be out. Anyway, it should be solid enough for black not to get into trouble. But a lot of pieces on the board, like not a symmetrical structure.
Is
Playable.
black playing for e5 at the right time?
With his f6 move.
Yeah, with f6 and g6, and I'm just thinking that maybe rook a8 and then
a8.
put the bishop on. I don't quite know where to put the dark square bishop. I don't know whether it should be on g7 or d6.
Yeah.
And then break with e5.
Yeah.
Well, could be this. Could be just play f6 to avoid knight e5, right? And then.
Yeah. I mean, e5 is always the idea when you have this structure. Yeah. But
Theoretically, you might consider like even pushing the g pawn at some point, right? Turn the bishop back to d6, maybe rook e8, lift it to e7, and then who knows, g5 and.
I like it. If you're advocating pushing pawns, I'm gonna sign up for that one.
Okay, let's see and update ourselves on the game between Hikaru versus Pranav. And after knight c6, call and f3, castles, and Hikaru took on c5, bc5, bishop e3, d6, bishop d3, rook c8, and castle. Okay, so they are now entering the
not
middle
much
game
going
stage.
on, right? Not much going on.
Yeah, not much going on still. Let's see. Easy Peruvian? Or should we stick on this one first?
Don't know really. I'm just looking at the time, at the clock of Hikaru, time spent. Hikaru, spent some minutes, but not much. So I'm just wondering, like, is it really a preparation and he meant something in this line, or he just thought that's position good enough, no forcing trades, and I will play it. right? Because usually when they're prepared for something specific and move 25, you see them blitzing, literally blitzing, so it's 1 hour 30 on the clock. Here, this 10 minutes Hikaru spent, it's, you know, this or that.
Yep.
It's maybe, yeah, maybe you can just play this position again, you know, put rooks in the center, push the B pawn, and so on.
Yeah, with this type of players, you never know what type of mind games they're playing, or maybe there is none at all. But you always doubt yourself if something is going on. Okay, so 14 moves out. I think both are still in the theoretical position. And let's see the next game between Ergaisi versus Paravian. This is our real leaders in the tournament. And we saw the position after Bishop B2. And yeah, this was the moment where Paravian paused and
played
B5.
B5, yeah, ended up playing B5.
And Queen F3 is quite thematic as well, right? Whenever B5 is being pushed, sometimes if you remember in the old stuff, yeah, when you're starting to learn about the Queen's Gambit accepted, and when your pawn on C4 is not being taken, but Black tried to protect it all the time by playing.
You can show it.
Yeah, oh,
you can show it. I mean, it's easier to show than to describe. Yeah, captures and E3, like they would recommend. If you're afraid of them taking your pawn, go
you're showing this
like something
trick.
like this,
C6.
yeah. Simple tricks, and then here you can.
And Queen F3.
Yeah.
And you win.
I have fallen for that one a few times on online chess. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, this time is far less efficient, right? Queen F3, Black plays Rook to A7.
And now I'm thinking, isn't it perhaps a mistake to have gone Queen F3 so early? Because after Rook A7, the bishop obviously needs to retreat. Where is it going? Is it going to go?
But yeah, but that's I think you know what, like to tell if Queen F3 was or wasn't a mistake will pretty much be defined by can I play Bishop D3 or not? Because I like the position after say Bishop D3. Bishop B7, Queen H3, and all of a sudden my moves make sense.
But unfortunately, there's E5.
But Bishop D3, E5, yeah, that's my big kind of problem.
So is this out of question after Queen F3 takes on C4? I'm just wondering if
it's not. It's
can
I
you
can
not
sacrifice
just
something.
Okay, I'm going to take the rook.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yep. And let's say I play Queen.
Then the queen will get out of dodge. ASAP.
Yeah,
I go back all the way back.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that this works for white.
Yeah, definitely.
Bishop B7, or is there anything
What do you,
else?
no, bishop takes knight isn't possible. I was wondering whether you have any C3 ideas, but
Yeah,
no.
It doesn't work. And okay, let's say I'll play if E5, knight F5, yeah, because I want to make this bishop G4 work.
Yep.
It doesn't. What else then? Okay, bishop E7, and then you can, I think, play Queen G3.
Yes, I will.
You can do.
Although you can go bishop d6 and the queen will have to move again. But
Maybe
I don't
We
think
could
It's
go.
actually a good
We
place.
could go
Yeah,
to
exactly.
H3 as well.
Yeah. Or we can, we can
Go to
play
H3.
and then
You know,
Yeah.
I would go about this. Like Ergaisi, who is 27 plus, spent half an hour and decided that Queen F3 works. So I wouldn't kind of concentrate on this line too much. But yeah, sometimes glitches happen. Like Jordan yesterday.
yeah.
Yeah, like Queen B6, took the bishop, resigned.
Well, also, we did see Ergaisi in big trouble yesterday.
Ah, right you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
He saved it kind of seemingly without much effort, but he was in big trouble.
against Yakuboev.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. So Queen F3. If it works, then it's a.
Still must be theory, though.
Is it, though?
Let me check. Yeah.
No.
No?
There is according to this database.
Yeah,
Although it does look pretty standard.
Yeah, let's check the other database, though. No Queen F3. No Queen F3 that I can see in the other database. So B5, Queen F3, Rook A7.
Rook A7, yeah. The standard.
Rook A7, then Bishop E2 loses to E5.
Mm-hmm.
So Bishop D3 is the only move.
And after e5?
After e5, you go knight e4. That's... You somehow do not lose. It says equal, though. Okay, if you can show it. I think, yeah, I will no longer kind of look at the computer, but I think I've got the main idea. So, if knight takes, queen takes, and we win the e5 pawn, that's clear, right? Queen takes, we threaten the checkmate, and we win the e5 pawn. So, after knight e4, what the bot is doing, it goes bishop e7.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it's quite computerish now that I understand. Like the pin on the d file is still there. You go knight f5, and then yeah, like
and if you try to take, because
bishop f5, queen f5, and then you indirectly protect the bishop on d3.
Right, but if queen takes bishop immediately, I just want to know the point
and if
to
queen
this.
takes bishop immediately, then, as far as I understand, you take e7, you take f6, and this is somehow equal. Like you take f6 and perhaps go bishop a3. No, maybe you go bishop a3, you win the exchange first. But yeah, I've cheated, but not deep enough. So I wouldn't know exactly. I know this position is equal according to machine, but I wouldn't know exactly like what moves does it play. If you want me to find out, just a couple of seconds.
Well,
so queen d3, knight e7, rook e7, indeed capture on f6. Yes, go bishop a3.
Okay.
Oh, bishop a3 instead
Bishop
of f6,
a3.
yeah?
No, you don't take. Yeah, you don't take. Bishop a3. Yes, of course. Bishop a3, and it gives like queen d8's equal, queen d7's equal, but I don't quite see, perpetual. So it's more of like perhaps white having enough compensation. But it's very computerish. Like after queen d8, it says we can play rook ac1. We don't care of material. We don't care of the f6 pawn. We play rook ac1.
But playing queen to d8 is also quite unnatural. Because, I mean, I think most people's instinct would be perhaps to go rook e6.
Rook e6, yes, and
then the whole idea is that you intercept any checks with queen to g6.
Yeah, and then but then we take and go rook ad1.
Rook ad1, and then oops.
And white wins. Yeah.
Or rook fd1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's actually important to go queen to d8 and just cover
the back rank.
The back rank.
Okay.
Instructive stuff.
Yep. So this is it. Still queen f3, and Baravian is still thinking. Yeah, it's a lot of calculation, a lot of candidate moves.
But
interestingly,
Baravian is gonna have to be playing rook a7.
Yeah, rook a7 is needed. And interestingly, after bishop d3, which I presume is what he's planning to do, once again, according to not so deep machine, if black does not play e5, white is slightly better. So black kind of has to accept the challenge.
So like bishop b7 or rook
bishop d7? Yeah, bishop d7, and then not. I was advocating for like queen h3 or something. You just go queen e2 or queen g3. Yeah, queen e2, and then the rook is a little bit strange on a7 then, right? Since we did not shift it to say d7 or something, and that's what we were saying. Like later on, we go a4, we have the square.
But it's true that the rook is unusual on a7. But on the other hand, you can go knight bd7, and I don't think the rook is that misplaced.
Yeah,
because it overprotects the bishop on b7, and also at some right moments gets ready to go rook to d7. So I wouldn't make
it's
huge
not
deal out of it.
Not a terrible position for black. It just I'm just in numbers.
Yeah.
The other line, the e5, the sharp line was 0 0 0, and this has kind of slight plus.
Ah, okay.
So it's not like white's winning or any of that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, this one looks to be quite an interesting game. Let's move down and see whether our how was the game? It was on fourth board. Is that still a game of copycat? No.
No, it's a little bit different, but still we are in the theoretical position. It's always a question, when are you going to double this e-pawn, whether it is a good one for those who do it. And oh, hang on. What is this? Are we seeing like a silent draw over here? After knight d2?
Yeah.
Knight f5, bishop a2, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f5, bishop a2 again, and knight c6.
Okay.
And
rook
white played rook
f2.
f2.
So white is in the mood to keep the game on.
Yeah, white still kind of wants to play on. The fun thing is, I'm guessing, like, take on a2, rook a2, whatever it's going to be, play a5, and we are playing... no, we do not play Gioco Piano, right? I mean, it's a bit different. But still, like, the structure of that white usually has in Gioco Piano. Remember we discussed, like, when black plays bishop e6 and we take it and pawn takes. So that's my point. Like, with only the knights being on the board, you're not that afraid of f-file being open. So that's my point. Like, you trade on a2 and you can immediately, in fact, you can go g6, king g7, so secure the f5 square. So the knight not going to be that threatening. So one way of approaching this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a long game here.
Yeah, very likely to be a long game.
Let's go back to board 5. Karthikeyan.
This is like
against Narayan.
really long theory.
Is it?
It seems Narayanan is on 1 hour 37, so at least he kind of states that I know this thing.
Yeah, so I'm afraid that what I predicted was coming true. So we saw the position after knight takes d4, and Karthikeyan took it with the knight, bishop e4, queen g4, bishop went back. Don't ask me why. I think maybe it is because of the only move here, because
it was under attack.
But then h5, d2. This is very little subtlety. That's very nice. D2
saves the bishop and rook to d1, and now bishop takes bishop on
queen
the board.
takes pawn, knight c6. So allowing this fork on c6. Okay, so...
And then I guess he went after knight c6, queen d6.
Queen d6 takes, and then you're just overprotecting the d2 pawn. And g3, maybe with the idea of f4.
Yeah.
And now Narayanan is, I think, thinking for the first time.
Really? No. He can't think here. He has to know everything, because f4 is like a concrete threat, right? White wants to go.
But you're still not attacking.
And then corral the pawn.
You're still not attacking the pawn, though.
That is true, but I will get there. So first of all, step 1 is to go f4, rook f1, rook b to d1. That the b rook should be blockading, and then we rook f2, and then I gotcha. And obviously this works only if black doesn't have any countermeasures.
Right. I was just thinking, okay, since you want to play f4, how do I literally stop it? By playing queen c5. And I guess if you insist on this f4 idea, then you have to move your king.
Or I can go b4 first.
Oh, you can go b4 first. That's true. I don't like queen b6. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not sure what I'm thinking here. I want to play queen f5, but f4 is there.
Has this ever happened to you? So you've prepared a lot with the computer, and you've gone quite a lot of moves deep, and then over the board you get your position, and you're like, what happens if they play like
the other move,
g3, and your opponent sits there for a long time, and you haven't thought about this particular move when you've analyzed it with your computer, but on the board you're like, and then they play it.
And they played it.
And it's quite an annoying position, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is like another law of attraction as well. What you think the most, what you're really afraid the most will eventually happen. So better, if I saw something like that, I'd rather not think. So I don't jinx it, so it's not going to happen on the board.
So what would be your kind of evaluation of this? How does that look like? Who's better, or who has like potentially in some lines, if let's say if one side is imprecise, who's better?
Well, white, right? Just because white has extra material, you know, white will just go rook bd1, get that rook there, and then f4, rook f2, surround the pawn, win the pawn.
Oh,
And if black doesn't play with purpose, then you're just material down.
wait, but how do you go rook b to d1?
Well, first of all, I have to go rook f1.
So you
And
want to
then
go
go
rook f1, the other rook to d1, and move the f pawn,
Yeah,
leave
yeah,
the rook
yeah.
to f2,
Yes.
then take.
Then take.
That's a long story.
I know, it's a long,
but, yeah.
it is a long story, and I will probably need to perhaps centralize the queen on e4 before I can even think about doing something, because I'm a bit worried about the squares on the queen side, like the b3 point.
But also you need to be careful when you are aiming for this plan, and then you have to expose your own king. And black is in no danger right now. Even if I allow you to play f4, it's still a very good position for black. For example, I'd like to direct my bishop to the other diagonal, since this one is quite a threat, f4. Let's say I play some idea with b4, c5, yeah, and then if possible, I can just park my bishop on f6. Maybe okay. Let's do this. Let's do b4.
But what do we do after queen g4?
Queen g4, I can move back to f6 and attacking.
Queen takes
Queen takes
b4.
queen.
The
Queen
other
takes pawn.
pawn is hanging.
Then it could be that you are kind of if you are trading, the endgame is actually good for white, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so b4 is still a bit too quick, maybe in this position.
Honestly, it looks like you are trying to fix something that's not broken. Well, obviously, I checked with the computer. That's why I'm kind of that smart. But black, according once again to the not so deep computer, can play pretty much every move, any move rather.
Like h6?
It's not g6 is what it was doing, and g6 at least is kind of understandable. What I don't get, because of its next very close recommendation, is king f8. And this is, I don't know, well, like cover some squares. I don't think black ever wants to go rook e8, but king f8 was on, on the list.
Doesn't
Anyway,
make any sense, because like after king f8, you step forward queen e4.
but then you probably still play g6.
Okay, then you play g6, and I take on g6,
Yeah, but
and then this is where I have my big idea: rook to f1.
Yeah.
Go me, and then.
yeah, but the thing is, Jovi, I think it's like the moment you achieve all that, right? I mean, black plays just some one move, like pins your rook or something. So apparently, it optically, I would say, like looking at this position, I would say like white has all the chances, black has to be careful. And once again, according to machine, just shuffling around, you can't do much. So
Yeah,
it's a
but-
strange fortress with the pawn on d2.
But okay, I mean, how would you deal with this plan of going? Because otherwise, I'll be honest with you, I don't see a single active plan for white.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you can go. Actually, maybe you can go rook a1
yeah, rook
and
a1 was
try
like,
to be a bit more cleverer. Because
rook a1 before, and then maybe at some point like a rook
Yeah,
a2,
then you have to go king g2, just to get you.
Yeah, like brush it up. Yeah, like
Yeah.
play all the good moves. Play before, maybe king g2.
King g2, and then I have no idea.
Right, but that's perhaps, so we kind of we are all right. So you said like the position you've analyzed was the computer, and computer was kind of comforting you. Everything's okay, it's all equal, and then over the board you look at it, and because I think one of my students fell for this in opening preparation, because it's like we are reaching some position, we are a pawn down, but it says compensation everywhere. And from afar, it's like quite deep, move 25. And you think, okay, it's equal in every line, so it must be easy. But then over the board, it turns out that your opponent has like 5 different tries. And you have to react precisely
Okay.
to all 5. Yep.
Yeah, I got very excited because we're
Yes.
going to run to the Puranik Abhimanyu game.
Something's
And
happening.
that's Anish against Anish Giri, because what
What?
is this? There's no queen on the board because it got
Up.
sacrificed.
So we saw this position, right? Knight c2, knight fd7. And then Yovi, tell me, how did we miss this?
Because who would think about queen takes f7?
Queen f7's.
What is going
Wow.
on?
It's
No.
genius, or it's
It is.
going to lose.
It is
Did-
genius.
no, wait, did
I mean, I don't
miss
care
this
if it's
as
going to
well?
lose. It is genius. I'm still
No,
not
it-
sure. It's a piece sacrifice,
It's
though.
okay.
It's a piece sacrifice. Let's be clear. So knight takes after queen b7. I think the best you can do is go for the discovered check and take on b7, right?
It is very, very possible that Anish missed this because, yeah, like what you said,
Yes, of course.
who else thought of queen f7? And the game itself is drawing so many spectators. If we
Nah,
can see
obviously.
the camera.
Obviously, that's impressive
Yeah.
stuff, right?
Yeah.
You know what?
But okay, well, it's our job to kind of be calm about this.
Yes.
Okay, so let's.
That's
We are very
Okay,
calm.
so let's move the queen out of harm's way. Where
Such
can it go
as-
to? Queen a5.
Queen a5, so the queen
Gets
cannot
out,
be
okay.
kind of
Yes.
won back. You know, sad story is that after knight c7, it seems to be a draw.
Really?
Yep,
So
it's a
if,
perpetual.
I mean, okay, hang on. I just, it's just interesting to me to see all these expressions of the live spectators there.
It's like a crazy.
The playing players actually who happen to just spectate the game over there, and yeah,
It is a draw.
it is a draw.
It is a draw.
Yeah.
But it's such a nice sacrifice just happened out of nowhere.
Knight c7. Can you somehow lose, I'm thinking?
Okay, can you show us the draw first of all?
Okay, queen a5 and then knight
Yeah, check to c7.
c7
Yeah.
and the king moves to here.
Yeah, but that's the big. Yeah, king f8, knight e6.
and then here.
let's show
and-
what happens if the
and it
king
just
moves.
takes
G7,
here, and
yeah,
then
so
here
that's
also
a
there is this one.
stupid, yeah,
Yeah, so-
perpetual with.
The king cannot move to the other side of the board. The
Okay.
king has to be still on his side, on the king's side.
And let's
Let's
also
see.
show what happens if the king
Yeah, like
runs
if
to
you-
g6.
If you
because
go active,
I think
kinda,
there's this one, yeah.
it's never a good idea. Yeah.
And it might be. Is it a checkmate coming up?
still a draw.
Okay, so
Is it still a draw?
Still a draw.
Let's
well,
say king-
according to machine at least. Like
let's say king here. And what do we do? Because okay, for example, there's g5. So white
if you
has
go
be
to
controlled.
h6, you actually lose
Uh-huh.
after h4.
That's what I'm waiting for.
You lose after h4, and then
Oh,
yeah,
h4
it's
immediately.
h4 and g5 and yeah.
And okay, it's
No, I mean g5 from white's. Actually, black has to play h4, but then he's getting in trouble.
so.
And-
Are you saying in this position with one queen down, white is winning?
which one?
This
After
position,
h4,
the analysis,
yes,
yes.
yes,
And this is
yes.
white is winning even
Is winning
with the
if
queen down.
black
And
is.
how do you like checkmate just
Okay.
after g6?
Let's-
So let's just show that one. So
Here and then
g5.
I think you can go knight e6 here.
Yeah.
It's a check, and after
then
you have
after
to stop it,
G5.
and then now this, and then rook
Rook
comes
H6.
again, and let's
Back
find
you
the check-
go.
let's find the checkmate.
Is
Knight
the-
d8, double check.
Yeah, then king
Mm.
f8.
Okay, if you insist on analyzing this,
Yes, please.
because
go
you
to
do
the
that.
position after g6 and find me checkmate in 3.
Oh, there's checkmate in 3. Checkmate in 3 is coming up.
This is the problem nowadays,
Knight
ladies and
h5.
gentlemen. With computers, you can really act smart, but I wouldn't be able to navigate anything in this position. So it's other knight to e6. Let me confess, and other knight to e6,
You're
and
not giving a check, but
the big threat is g5. Whatever takes on g5, h takes g5, double checkmate. So knight c to e6, and black literally can't do anything. So bishop h4, rook h4, queen h5, and you don't take the queen, you go g5 checkmate. And that is how it's checkmate in 3.
so beautiful.
But we made it all up, right? Because we had to go king g6 for black, and then after knight f4, king f6 was still a draw.
Yes.
But yeah,
Yeah.
Like running to h6.
And just look at Anish there in the camera, just hunched over, just trying to work out the calculations. And okay, the other question is, so King G6 is a problem.
Honestly, I think what we have to do, doesn't matter how the game finishes, we should ask Anish if he knew about this idea. Because let me tell you something, knight d7 he played relatively quickly, right? And if you look at the engine, after knight d7, we were kind of explaining how white's position is promising and so on, but it turns out like everything else, literally, like queen h3, knight f4 is better for black.
Yeah.
And queen takes f7 is the first choice of an engine which equalizes for white.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you ever happen to have this position kind of on your analysis board with the engine running, that you're aware of this line.
And I'm also getting notifications actually sent a long time ago that, yeah, after queen takes f7, it is a forced draw.
Amazing. And I think it's safe to say that Abhimanyu didn't find it just, in the preparation. I think he found it over the board because he took quite some time to play this queen f7. Because sacrifice like this, if you had it in your preparation, you would just play it right away, right?
But it does appear to be known because I was sent a message 4 o'clock to say queen takes f7 is a forced draw, guys. So
4 o'clock, so 15 minutes ago.
yeah, exactly. And there's also considering that there's also a 15-minute delay to the transmission. So
Right.
it does appear to be known, but
Right.
perhaps Anish
Oh,
just forgot
known
about it.
Yeah.
or once again, as I said, like we did look at this position before queen f7, and then someone could just turn the engine on, and it would say,
Yeah.
would immediately.
No, Puranik Abhimanyu took about 30 minutes for this queen f7.
Because if you don't know,
If you don't
and
know,
you just come upon this idea,
you have to calculate
you
everything.
have to calculate absolutely everything. The queen
Yeah,
comes
but
to
that's
a5,
still-
king running to g6, what happens if king goes to e8, and yeah, you can see Anish's.
It's kind of still strange, right? This g4, b4, knight c2. Once again, perhaps some people know better, but say bishop b7 was one computer's recommendation, which I'm not sure if it's any good. Something else, and computer was kind of favoring black,
Bishop
right?
7 here.
Computer was favoring black. So Anish played knight d7. That's the biggest question I have. Did he know it's a draw? Or he thought knight d7 is a good move and missed queen f7?
I definitely choose the
I think he mixed up.
last one. Yeah.
I think he just mixed up his lines and forgot. Or maybe not even mixed up the lines, just forgot.
Just totally missed it. Yeah. Once
Anyway.
again, we are in the round 8 of the tournament. It's people tend to just get.
How disastrous, though, for Anish to be having a draw.
There is no
Is-
disaster. I don't think it's a
No.
disaster.
No,
you
but,
played black. And
Yeah, I know objectively I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking if you have ambitions towards the first prize, and you're trailing by half a point, the last thing you need is a draw.
Yeah.
You want to be winning your last two games.
That's right. That's
Okay.
right.
And is queen f5 the only move in this position?
Nah,
So what does the queen
anything which does not involve like, queen b7,
do? Queen b7 still okay?
But then
queen b7 draw, queen a7 draw. Because you don't have enough compensation for the piece. Yeah, that's what kind of what I originally thought. I've missed the perpetual check. I've also missed that queen is safe on a5. So I thought white always wins the queen back, and we will have the kind of piece sacrifice.
So
I
if-
think queen b7 or a7, whatever.
Okay.
But can you not also try to get the perpetual check?
After queen
The
a7,
queen is moving to a5.
queen is moving to a5 and knight
knight
c7, and this will be game.
And it will be over soon with perpetual.
King moves
And
to e8.
King f8.
Oh, king
won't,
f8?
He won't go to the, He won't
Being
go
afraid.
forward.
Yes, and they would agree to a draw very soon, yeah?
Yeah, it looks like he's
And then
repeating.
King F7.
And
But it's a beautiful find by,
Yeah, it is,
by
it is.
Purani.
Yeah, and this happened, and knight c7, and I think, yeah, they will just repeat the moves.
To avoid
To
this,
avoid
yeah.
the Soviet rule violation. Yeah, and then smile from both sides. But it's not threefold repetition yet, is it?
no, I think he's getting ready to claim it, right?
Yeah.
Yes, knight
Knight
e6
e6
would be, or rather knight e6.
And the
Knight
arbiter
e6
being-
is still not threefold, right? Like after knight e6, black can claim with his king f7 move, right?
Yeah, I'm sure our colleague, Kati Sashalashvili, will be able to ask Anish Giri about this, whether he missed it, or maybe he mixed up the line, or could be anything else too. Yeah, such a nice draw. Suddenly happened with this queen f7, queen sacrifice.
And yeah, we see
There-
Anish looking towards the arbiter.
Mhm.
He
I think
needs to
Abhimanyu
say-
is already looking for the arbiter so that they can be present on the board.
Yep, here's the arbiter. Oops.
Here we-
Someone's got to in the way.
Yep. And nah, this is nice. This is a nice draw.
Okay.
Okay, I think we can move on and
And-
look at them. No, I think we can actually read from their gestures whether they, I mean, especially for Anish, whether Anish missed it or simply just.
Yeah, there we see the handshake. Draw has been agreed. So, draw. That means both players now move to 5.5 points. And if they want to battle for
Right.
first place, then
Yeah.
both players are now in a must-win situation tomorrow. And whilst we see the players analysing there, shall we move back to board one? Because
Yes.
lots of developments have been happening.
A lot of moves being played.
So we saw the position after a5, and you are very spot on, Yovi. Rook ae8 was happening, and g3, and another good idea by yours, bishop h6, probably switching it to g7 to support
Wow.
e5, ab, c4, d4.
C4 is not, not that obvious, but perhaps he had to take care of e5. Yeah.
Yeah,
Black was already kind of coming with this e5 and yeah, c4 too.
takes and
Yeah.
queen d6, and
Rook a6 and rook b8 was the last move.
Yep. Yeah, so this is the current position between Carlsen and Kaidanov.
If you pay attention, the knights are like terribly stupid. Magnus's knights, right? So, which almost makes me want to go d5 just to, just to liberate this square. Like even d5 pawn takes and something, just to have the square on d5. I understand it's probably not the greatest of ideas, but what I'm saying, I'm not sure if Magnus is better at all.
Well, he has some pressure. He doesn't need to be better for the time being. I mean, there's play against the weak b6 pawn. He has an open line. But you're right. I don't see a role for the knights. I mean, can you
Yeah, like knight d2,
d2?
say b to d2, right?
Then you can just take on d2 and then take on d4.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
I think you can, right?
What else is an idea?
Yeah,
Is it also possible to kind of go h4?
And Magnus just split something. We will have to move very soon. Something around the queen's side.
Is it queen a?
like queen a4 maybe.
A4
Queen
is-
a4. So you control the a file, you quote unquote.
Oh,
beat-
no,
beat
no,
the
no,
d-
knight c5.
Knight c5. Okay.
Magnus found the answer. of
Okay,
your
so
question, Miro.
that makes sense. Yeah, like if
Yes.
knight c5 works,
Okay.
if knight c5 works, which I wasn't it did.
Okay, so first of all, we've got to analyze what happens after pawn takes knight.
Yes.
Pawn takes, I think, works beautifully, right? Then he takes back with the pawn.
This pawn is hanging there.
Queen's hanging.
So queen c7.
Queen c7, and then bishop takes c6.
Takes and it takes everything.
And simple.
e6,
Queen e6.
Okay, so
and take the bishop.
Okay, but hang on, wait 1 second.
Okay.
It can continue because there is a
after
queen
e6?
f7.
Okay.
So after, so queen takes, and now you go
Seven.
queen f7, and
White's up a
Is-
pawn, no?
yeah. But is this defensible?
Um,
The reason is I'm asking is I just want to set the benchmark. Okay, so
That's-
if this is just
Kind of-
really, really bad, then I
it
think
is.
it's just-
It is really, really bad.
Okay, then
It is
let's
really,
go
really
back
bad.
to knight c5 and
I think there is one relatively attractive line which I would like to make work. Once again, I don't know if it does. Knight takes d4 first. Does that work?
Knight takes d4 in this position.
Knight takes d4, yeah. So what I'm doing, hoping to take on f3 with a check if, say, anything happens apart from you taking the knight, yeah? And if you do take the knight with knight d4, then the plan was to take on b5, which is once again forcing.
then
And
knight
then you
takes.
take on b5 with something, yeah, with the knight apparently, and queen to c5.
Okay.
You still go queen
Oh, you
e6, and
e6,
you are
yeah, this is
still
still
kind of
annoying.
still better and very
Knight
annoying and
d6.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but compared to the previous position,
Yeah, this is
we have, like I say, we are
better.
not down 2 pawns. We might be still lost there now that I'm looking. This knight on d6 is a monster.
Yeah.
Like restricts like literally everything. It could be that knight c5 is just a good find and Magnus is winning all of a sudden. Let me double check on that.
And if you just go bishop c8, I guess the idea is knight takes.
Oh, here you can play knight e4 first and then takes on this, yeah?
Ah,
Yeah.
although there is the rook that was on pre, so that was
You want to play queen... Wait.
queen to d5.
I see. Queen to d5.
Queen to d5, and I got away with it.
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't think I should be able to get away with it because you've got knight takes, pawn
Yeah.
on e6.
Okay, so bishop b5 is completely lost.
Bishop.
My line. Sorry. I mean here. No, here it's also like
After knight c5, bishop c8.
a bishop c8 after knight c5.
Yeah, but I'm thinking knight takes.
Oh, yeah,
Knight
knight
takes
e6. is
e6.
also,
Knight
I
e6
think,
Just
yeah,
wins,
just
right.
wins completely. Yeah. No, I was strangely I was right about knight d4,
also-
but not with the idea that I had in mind.
There is also knight a5
After knight c5.
after knight
Knight
c5.
c5, knight
Knight
a5,
But,
rook
yeah,
takes
rook takes
a5,
a5,
resigns.
yeah.
Okay,
Takes and then takes on d7. That's
Yep.
it, yeah?
that is resign time. Okay, so I'm trying to be thematic about this and not panic.
Yeah, no, but knight d4 was actually kind of acceptable. Knight d4, and then bishop b5 loses, like completely lost. The position we looked at is completely lost. Queen c5
Queen c5,
is
yeah.
something that, that black is kind of hoping
Is this
to survive.
black's only defense?
Looks like, and it's still better for white at the end. So white can, actually, strangely, like all positions are better for white. White can go b4, white can take on d7. So for simplicity's sake, let's look at bishop d7, queen c4, bishop e6.
Still better for white. This
Yeah.
pawn down, but this pawn is doomed anyway. Yeah, okay, nice find, knight c5.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a beautiful find, actually, because we were thinking that Kardanov was doing fine, or just needed to consolidate, and then suddenly knight c5 comes like a bolt from the blue.
Yep.
And I think it's the perfect time for us to take our first break.
I need to catch my breath. After that, queen sacrifice on the game between Puranik versus Anish Giri, and now this knight c5, such a nice find by Carlsen. Yep, a break is needed.
And don't go anywhere because we will catch up on more of the chess action in just a short while.
Muradli here with us. He just beat Magnus Carlsen in the round 7 at Qatar Masters. Tell us about the game.
Yeah, it was very exciting playing Magnus for the first time. I never played in any format, so it was just exciting game. I think he had a very good edge in the opening, but it was quite unclear. My approach was that I just have to complicate matters. We all know Magnus style, he likes to grind, so I thought I'll complicate the position and then go from there. It was equal. I think he had many chances to, go for equality, but I had very less time, so I think he wanted to play for more, but it got backfired.
And in the end, he resigned in a position that many of the players would continue to play. Tell us why he resigned.
No, I think actually it was already lost. I mean, at the end, he played King D1, which was, I feel like, which was not tenacious. I thought he can play Rook B8 there, but anyway, it was still lost after Bishop E3. So I think anyway it was lost after when I played Knight C5. So I think even before that he had to do something else. Like, for example, when he took Bishop H6, maybe he should have just played Knight F6. So he saw it, of course, but he thought it's just a draw. Yeah, so he played for win, and it was just completely collapsed. I think instead of Bishop H6, I could have just played Knight F6. So I was calculating that Knight F6, take on C6 and take on F7, and Rook E4. I mean, we both saw this, but okay, it was just equal position, and he wanted to play for more since there was less time for me. So
Right.
yeah, it's just how to say it's just a gamble. That's it. Yeah.
You have played a lot of moves on seconds.
Yeah.
How are you managing to make all these good moves when you have just few seconds on the clock?
I mean, like, okay, I just have to, I should not blunder. That's it. That's what I was thinking during the game. Playing Magnus, I thought, okay, I should just keep my pieces protected and, don't make any blunders. So, I mean, in the opening, I took more time when I played long cases because it was a huge decision. So, I think, like, I took around 25 minutes. So, that was maybe bad. I did the same yesterday with Param, but okay, in the end, it paid off.
You have joined now the big group of the leaders. Have you actually thought about this during the game while you had better position?
No, I just want to play a good game today, like I did yesterday and also before games. So I didn't really think of winning today. I just thought I will play my best, and whatever result comes, I will accept it.
Best of the luck for the last 2 games.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanna feel a feeling just like this. I wanna feel more feelings just like this. More.
Hikaru Nakamura here with us after the draw against Parham. Hikaru, that was so crazy game. Please tell us what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think crazy is a nice way of putting it. I played the opening very badly. I mean, essentially what happened is when Parham played A3, I hadn't looked at this in quite a while. And then he did this, and I knew the C4 was wrong. Then I thought for another 15 minutes. I didn't see that it was losing, and I played it anyway, which of course was a very bad decision. I don't know how winning it was for him. There's maybe one moment that he had this Queen D1 move, as we were discussing after the game, after this ED5 Bishop F5 instead of G4. Maybe that's winning. I mean, I think it's probably quite good for White, but other than that, I'm not sure that he had a clean way to win. And I think once he was up to 2 pawns, but he has 2 double pawns on the F file and the D file. Practically speaking, it's very hard to win, because I think psychologically you expect to win sooner. Like, it feels like the position has to be winning, and then you end up in this situation. And as soon as he blundered this D6, Bishop D6, F6, Bishop E5 move, I think after that, I mean, maybe I was still in a little bit of trouble, but a draw was always the most likely outcome. So obviously I escaped to some degree. It is what it is.
Are you happy in the end to make a draw in that position?
Well, I mean, I think I'm unhappy that I got this pairing in the situation after a draw yesterday. To basically go from playing a player who's a little bit weaker to playing a much stronger player after a draw is not ideal, certainly. I mean, I think, it all depends on the situation, but the fact that I was in a lot of trouble in this game of draws is a very good result.
All right. And now we have so many draws on almost all the boards. perhaps that's the normal thing, right? That the tournament is getting towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why you always want to be at the top, though, because then when you draw the games and everyone's trying behind you, everyone's still chasing you. So, I mean, it's much easier when you're at the very top, because the draws don't matter as much. But I think, at the end of the day, I'm just trying to play interesting games, and if the results, if the games end up being draws, that's how it goes, and I can't complain too much. All the players at this point are very, very strong that I'm going to compete against.
Right. All right. Last games ahead of you. Best of the luck.
Thank you.
Parham here with us after round 7. He is one of the leaders at Qatar Masters. Parham, we interviewed Hikaru. Now we need to know your side of the story. How was the game?
Okay, it was a very interesting game. I out-prepared him very nicely in my mind because he was not ready for this move a3 at all, and I knew that the kind of players like Hikaru, they don't like to play this positional setup with knight c6, e3, and then c4, bishop f6, queen f6, some g3. They don't like to play like this. So I understood that it's a very tricky move order to start with a3, and then suddenly he was in huge trouble. Okay, he thought for a long time and played c4, which I knew that c4 is a huge mistake in this position, and engine shows already +1 or even more. But I didn't remember how exactly get this advantage, but I think I played correctly. Somehow I was remembering that bishop f6 has to be the move, and after queen f6, queen a4 was very logical. If knight c6 or knight d7, anyway, I go knight e5, and okay, he played knight d7, knight e5 here, knight d5 is coming, e4 is coming, everything is coming with tempo. So I played very logical till this moment, and I think I'm absolutely winning, or maybe close to winning. Yeah, I'm just upset because at one moment I played g4, which was just very attractive move. Like it's like kids go for these moves because it's just funny move. But I could calm down a bit and just play queen d1. I think it was a very nice move, and I think it was a very clean move to have a big advantage in this position. I immediately saw this move after g4, and then I think I didn't stand up from my words after g4 because I knew that the position is getting very difficult. And okay, I have a huge respect for Hikaru. I think when he gets some chances, he will use it for sure. So I understood that I lost my advantage and we made draw.
That was a very interesting game indeed, and here all these games are so good for you. You have very good advantage, very pleasant position. Yes. What is happening? You're such a good shape.
Yeah, I think in chess, it's the most important thing is to play your best, to show your best, and the results will come anyway. Like maybe not in this tournament or next tournament, but it will come in like 5 years or 10 years. So I don't really care about not winning. Okay, I care, but not so much. Not winning Hikaru is not a disaster, and I was winning, I guess, but. Okay, he defended very well, and I think I played good chess in general. And we have 2 games. I try to be my best and get some good results also.
All right, best of the luck for the last 2 rounds.
Thank you so much, and I hope it will be interesting games and exciting.
Yeah,
for other
we hope
players
so
also.
too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
World full of innovation, there remains one timeless world. A world that hasn't changed for more than 1,000 years. A world with devoted traditions, just like Qatar's traditions. Qatar stands as a notable example of blending traditions with modernity, much like chess. Join us in Qatar Master Open 2023, where you will witness the best chess players go head-to-head in a tactical battle. If you wish to succeed, you must brave the risk of failure.
Hello, and we are back, and 1 hour and 45 minutes into the start of round 8. Well, it has been an eventful start. We've already seen 2 results. It was a draw between Puranik and Anish Giri, and what a draw it was, involving a queen sacrifice. Now, we chatted to the players in the break. Turns out they knew everything, but then they are the top players. And we also saw a draw between Vaishali and Makarian. So that means Vaishali is well on track to getting her 3rd and final GM norm. So we will follow her game tomorrow. And just before the break, we left you with Magnus Carlsen delivering quite a shocker with knight to c5, sacrificing the knight. Now, going back to that position, to the Magnus Carlsen, Gregory Kaidanov position, nothing much has happened. Black actually only has one way to save the game, and that's probably to go knight takes pawn, but no progress as of yet. So let's take a recap of the other games. So let's work our way down. Hikaru against 17-year-old Pranav.
Yes, if we can have a mirror screen, because Miro is about to share his wisdom.
Yeah, it's not much wisdom left. I don't know why you keep saying this. I mean, I had no wisdom at first place. Yeah, the break took us a little bit longer than expected, but so it seems the process of finding the middle game moves takes the players. Because, yeah, Kaidanov did not respond. Over here in Hikaru's game, just a few moves being played, the structure kept the same. Yeah, Black did not jump to d4 yet. So castles, rook e8, fd1, queen e7, queen f2. So that's, one of those like very, very, I want to say flexible positions, or ones that you have to be flexible because, well, for me as the player, I always like stable structure, right? So I would always look, okay, let's put this, go e5, put the knight on d4, or say white wants to play b4, let's stop it by playing a5. And I'm afraid, like in a position like that, all those reactions are wrong. Like you go a5, you let white with the square on the b5. You go e5 with black, and then, yes, you do get the square, but so does the white knight on d5, right? And then b4, once again, a bit of an issue. So that's one of those sit and wait positions.
But then Black is resigned to just being passive, I want to say.
Yeah, that's the feeling.
There's danger
That's
as well,
the feeling.
because Hikaru does have some happy moves. He can put a rook on b1, prepare b2, b4. He can also double on the d-line as well. There's a target on d6. Hikaru, I feel, has a very comfortable position.
Absolutely. Like in practical terms, it's a very comfy position white, because you can hardly imagine white getting a worse position here by simply kind of doing nothing, playing, as you said, kind of good, happy moves. And he has indeed a lot of those. Like bishop f1 might be considered, like just move the bishop from d3, right, to open the d file, and so on and so forth. And it seems that Black will be on every move looking for the way to shape the structure. So that's, in practical terms, I think Hikaru is much better.
And moving down, Arjun Erigaisi against David Paravian. And, well, I did say at the start of the event, the round, it is crunch time. And it's still crunch time here, because after bishop d3, Paravian is deciding whether to go e6, e5.
Yep. Which is critical, but at the same time, the kind of the most most dangerous.
The All-Uzbekistan derby between Sindarov and Yakuboev. I was going to ask as well, both of you, is it difficult to play a teammate?
I think it is, and especially if you already spend so much time together, training together for many good events like Olympiads. There are teammates in the Olympiads as well. It is very, very hard actually, because they know the repertoire for each other. So it's very hard to trick these players,
Yeah. It is also, both of them, both Sindarov and Yakuboev played in the Uzbek national team when they played in the Olympiad. They won gold medal together. I'm not quite sure whether they trained together.
I think at some period of their lives, they're also teammates in the Asian Games. Prior to this type of events, usually you kind of get into like the camp together so
Yeah.
that you can have a good chemistry within the teammates. So I think they should train together. Maybe not in a regular basis, but at least a month or two before very important events, they are training together.
Yeah, and Mira, you've been a national trainer, right?
Yes, I did. I've been a national trainer. I've been like part of like various teams. And for the first part of your question, I think it really depends how a kind of not more if you're part of a team or not, but how friendly are you with with the other person? Because one thing is being part of the team, and sometimes you wouldn't be the part of the same team, but you're training together. You've been to training camps together, and it's what Iran said. Like, you know each other very well, but sometimes you also don't want the other guy to feel bad. I mean, not say, yeah, of course, I would prefer to win, but then...
Do you think
So
that there's
it's
some
harder.
rivalry between the two as well?
Yeah,
Because
for these
obviously-
younger players,
Yeah.
there's also like, I want to win against you specifically because you're kind of likely to take my spot as sport one of Uzbekistan team or whatever, right? So it can be a mix of emotions, in fact.
And I think it's just because Sindarov, I think, has like almost 100 points higher. Oh, no. Actually, they're quite similar. Okay, about 40 points difference between Sindarov and Yakuboev. But also Sindarov is playing white. And again, maybe he's still in the mood of fighting. Like we saw a silent draw over earlier on, but Sindarov didn't take it. I think it's just simply because these are still two young players and they are taught by their trainers, if you're playing white, why are you fighting for a draw, right? Even though it's against your own teammate. So let's keep the game going, and there's almost no risk for white as well to keep.
Honestly, looking at the position, I would say black is like by no means worse. And if any side has to be optimistic, it's black. Yeah, it's probably equal, but like if any side has reasons to play, I would rather expect it to be black.
Interesting.
So yeah, I mean, just like it's a very typical structure you have. Like once again, with colors reversed from some I won't specify like anti-Dutch. There is a line where you go knight f3, f5, and instead of d4, white goes d3, e4, I mean, something like that. So black's plan would be go queen d6, go c6, something like that.
Yeah.
Ideally, cover a 5 square with g6 and then try to move this knight somewhere like e6. And yeah, easier said than done, because white will not stand still. But yeah, kind of in a long run, if no one blunders any tactic and so on, I think like black's position is more promising. But again,
Okay.
yeah, a lot of stuff to take into account.
And let's just quickly pop into
Kartikeyan, yep.
against Narayanan.
No.
Yeah, this was,
sorry, that's
this
a
was
wrong.
the preparation line where Narayanan just blitzed out all these moves, and they got to this position. Black has a lovely pawn on d2. It's protected by the bishop, the queen, and the rook. And white has to start untangling.
So g3, c5,
played.
and rook f1.
Rook f1. Well, my idea of putting the rook on b1, getting that one to act as a blockader.
Yep.
Yes, it's. I think it's a very nice idea, Yuvi, and also it promises that the game is still on, because white has to do something with this exchange up. Essentially, white is still up material, but black is doing his best to prove that the extra exchange up is not really meaning anything to this position.
Ooh.
And we did have a move.
What did he do after rook f1?
He did a move. Bishop
Wait.
f6. Bishop f6.
With the idea of perhaps going b4.
Yeah, bishop
And lengthening the
f6.
scope
and-
of the bishop. Yeah. Earlier on, you made the prediction that you thought black had prepared everything to almost like a forced draw. And now I'm thinking Yes, I absolutely agree with you. Must admit, I was a little bit skeptical at the time. I was like,
Yeah, because there are so many drawing lines in the open rule-up like
Yeah.
that. If you just search the database, the Musachuk sisters play many of the drawing lines to each other most of the times too. So, yeah. And then, I don't know, I think to me, Narayanan is just very well prepared here.
Yeah. Well, tranquil starts in some games, but a game which is absolutely not calm, and we're going to go there, is between Shimonov and Oparin.
All right, yeah. Move 14, and we've seen it all, and I call it like a clever opening preparation, right? I think we've seen somewhere around this point, yes. Queen h2, queen f3, bishop d6, but the very next move Shimonov played, rook g2, once again, it all looks messy and it's very hard to navigate, but with the help of the engine says that black is just winning now. With queen h1 check, king e2, that's already on the board, and then bishop takes bishop, bishop takes back, and bishop h3. And even when I've seen the engine recommending this, I thought, yeah, but what happens after rook g3? And there is a little problem, which is strangely like missable. Queen f1. It's not so often like the first rank with with all the pieces being on the board, one square on first rank would not be protected, right? So it's very simple, in fact, if you ever consider this idea, because it means rook from g2 cannot leave. So there is no complex calculation involved.
And after queen d5, just simply bishop.
Queen d5, you take on g2, and there isn't even a check. I mean, the one check you have is take on c6, bc6, you risk.
And GG.
Yeah, so kind of the best he can do, according to machine, after bishop e5, bishop e5, bishop h3, is to go rook g1, where there is no checkmate, but black just takes. Castles, he's up in exchange, he's better developed, right? The rook is still stuck here. It's a huge evaluation in black's favor, like +5 or something.
Wow.
Wow.
So,
Yeah, and that would be good news for Oparin. He would move.
if he finds it,
h5.
if he finds it, that's what
h5.
that's what I wanted to say, because even though the tactic is simple when it's on the board, or I would have told you that, yeah, here you have something that wins in 2 moves.
You would have found it.
You find it, yeah. But then if you don't know, and yeah, it's so messy, it's so kind of rugged, this position, right? I mean, from every possible angle, like something's hanging on c6 already for 5 moves, and so on. And then you just play some move, the one that you find attractive.
Yeah.
The
Our
h5.
winning is h5 UV.
Poof.
H5. Let's have a look.
Like knight c.
Is this still looking very nice for black after h5?
H5 is very tempting, you know, because
How about
after all,
knight
the king is
c3?
on the same diagonal.
About knight c3.
Oh, wow. In the other position,
What?
hang on, I might have put it a little bit too. Okay, yeah. Instead of bishop takes e5, like a move like bishop h3 immediately will also be winning, but not as winning as bishop e5, yeah?
Queen f7 check. I mean, you don't
Yeah.
want queen f7 check. No. If you have the access to the engine, yeah. So h5. I don't see what happens after knight c3.
It's a
Is white?
turnaround.
It's a turnaround.
Yeah.
Knight
But that's what I thought.
Knight c6 is the
Knight c6 is the move. Yeah.
best move, but knight c3 is also giving white an advantage. So
Wow. What a crazy game. I mean.
let's show it. So instead of knight c3, let's take a look at knight c6. Knight c6, and how are you going to deal with it? If you take, then bishop takes.
No, if you take,
But
I
the thing
guess,
is, didn't he play H5?
to go bishop g4,
No, he
right?
captured first the knight.
No, he didn't, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
So you've.
Yeah, he's first
Oh,
captured.
he took
the,
on e5.
Yeah, he took on E5 first. just
I
as
don't
we
have
were
this one
recommending.
updated. I don't
And
have
then
this one
after bishop
updated.
takes,
I just
and instead of
my-
playing bishop h3, which would have just won on the spot, he's playing
So
h5.
bishop takes h5. Okay.
Yeah, which
that's-
again, you know, super tempting.
Okay, still.
So
okay,
that-
black is still better.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay. Black is still better, but not as winning as bishop h3 or even long castle. Long castle is actually an option instead of h5.
Right, but bishop h3 would have won the game kind of outright.
Mm-hmm.
All the rest is just better for black, and,
And
h5 I believe can
we
be
can
better
see
for black.
Rook takes g7.
Rook takes g7.
Played.
Takes g7.
So after rook g7, black perhaps wins an exchange with bishop g4, right? Or what else do you do?
Yes, bishop
g4, rook takes g4. You... Wait a second. Can it be that you are capturing the rook, not the queen? Because originally, of course, I thought, yeah, let's take the queen, take the rook.
Take the queen first, and then take the rook.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And bishop g4 is indeed played. Rook takes bishop,
Is-
and now queen takes queen.
So we'll get on to this position very soon, I would say.
Yeah, but then it's...
Rook h1. Still not being played yet. The position is still after h takes g4.
Yeah, rook h1 might still be winning. But what I'm saying, like here, white gets one pawn for an exchange. He's not like crushed immediately, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Rook h1, maybe he can survive, like go bishop b2, go knight c3. Some pieces active, so not as desperate. Yeah, and I suspect that I've lost connection to, you know...
You might have to refresh.
Yeah, to refresh everything.
I did, because whilst I was thinking that games were at a standstill, critical moments.
It
were
can't
being
be,
considered.
Yes.
Nope.
It
there
can't
have
be
been
for
some
so long.
progress.
It
We
can't
can have
be
my
for so
board.
long.
And yeah, so I think they're still on this position exactly. And we were discussing that in this position, rook h1 is the best move. But again, like Miro said, it's not a crushing blow to Shimanov, where Oparin could have won this way easier by playing bishop h3. Okay, so
Okay, so now, you know, after I've refreshed the positions, I mean, it's much funnier. I mean, the round got much more...
interesting, yeah?
Yeah, much more interesting. Magnus's game as well.
Let's take a look.
Magnus's game as well. So Kaidanov did play knight takes d4,
Yep.
knight takes d4, queen to c5, and Magnus chose
Rook
rook a7, which I believe would be one of
top moves.
those moves that leave white with advantage.
Yes, bishop d7 would be the top choice. Bishop takes d7, but
Yep.
rook a7 still gives white some edge.
Keeps more tension in the position.
Yeah,
After bishop takes bishop.
Bishop takes bishop. I think queen e6 check, right, is what you do. Queen e6, king h8, you take the bishop on b5. And
And-
if queen takes,
Queen e7.
queen
queen
e7,
e7,
there is no way going. Yeah, like you can't protect h7. So rook b to d8 was played. Wait a second, what's rook b to d8? Not easy though. So if bishop d7, the queen is hanging. There's a little problem there.
No.
No,
in
because
fact,
you have bishop,
bishop
takes
e6.
e6.
Ah, yes, I see.
Yeah, keep
Wait,
going.
but does it mean that I'm just winning?
Yeah. No, I mean, white is better, but...
Check, queen
winning is
takes,
good.
knight takes, and then, yeah, because of this rook being on e1, white does not win more material, so one of the rooks to e8, maybe this rook, right?
Yeah. And now it's actually difficult to unravel from this pin. So,
It might not be all that much for white, yeah?
but okay, let's have a look at the other options.
Yeah, bishop d7 was
Bishop
like
d7.
too stupid. Yep.
Maybe okay, maybe not so okay. And what other moves are there? They also
Is
have,
this a move?
You do.
Is this a move? Like rook d7
And taking the queen.
takes the queen, bishop takes,
And
rook
takes-
takes,
yeah, and then-
check,
Rook df7.
tf7, yeah, perhaps same, like possibly better for white, but no guarantees that it's like something substantial.
Yeah. Definitely not
Yeah, it could
a
be
guarantee at all.
good practical chance. Yeah.
And
There is one more.
the,
Yeah, this one.
queen takes queen.
Yep. In the end, it will be an opposite card bishop.
But
Some chances for both sides. Yeah, bishop d7 takes on d4.
Well, we have a move.
we have a move from Magnus, and it is. I don't see what it is.
I don't see still.
B4.
B4. Okay, fair enough. So forcing, not forcing anything,
Well,
or forcing queen c4. Yeah,
it is forcing queen takes queen.
queen c4, bishop c4. Yeah, right.
And now the question is, do you go bishop d2 with black?
Yeah, like bishop d2.
Okay, I might be cheating a little bit, but apparently the best move is instead of bishop d2 is b5.
b5. Could be.
I'm still trying to understand why.
Just to decoy the bishop, I guess. So after bishop takes pawn,
Which one? This or that? The b5 pawn.
let's just try any pawn. I'm not actually
Yeah,
sure
bishop
which one is
b6. Yeah, like here,
But then you
b6,
get into
b5
rook
can
e8
Yeah.
make.
and that's
Yeah, right,
a
but
bit
then
awkward for white to get out.
could be.
So I don't think it's taking on e6. So let's take on b5.
And
With
on b5.
the bishop, right?
Yeah.
Knight b5.
Yeah, like bishop takes, knight takes. Is
And now we
black?
have bishop d2.
Is black so unhappy? Yeah.
Yeah, bishop d2. And if you protect b4, then there might be another blow on b8. Yeah, this looks drawish in the end.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
also one of the points is that white can't ever align the two rooks on the seventh because unfortunately the e7 square will be controlled by
Yeah,
the bishop.
like in this
Yeah.
this line. Yeah, like if you had, say, rook to c7, then all of a sudden black is in danger, right? But e7 is nicely controlled by the bishop.
Right.
All right, still pressure though. Kaidanov down to less than 20 minutes.
Will
So-
Kaidanov find this move b5?
But is it kind of the only move
Not
really?
kind of the only move, maybe, because the other second best is king h8, but it gives 0.82 Watt's position.
And okay, can we also? This one is really interesting and very tense at the minute. But let's go to Erigaisi against Paravian because
Something big happened.
Erigaisi just played bishop takes b5. But before we investigate this particular position, let's see what happened in the meantime.
So after bishop d3, Paravian spent enormous amount of time and decided against going e7, e5. So he went bishop b7, knight e4, knight to d7. So simplifications followed. Queen g3, black went queen d6. And here, white captures on d6, and that would be like absolutely symmetrical and nothing to talk about. But white has bishop b5. Knight takes and rook a6.
So if you take on d6 and bishop,
That's what he does. That's what he does. Otherwise, the whole sacrifice wouldn't make any sense, right?
but you can play bishop b8, for example, and keep this.
Bishop b8. Yes, you could. You could, but interestingly, he prefer the other line.
The other line, yeah.
Because of like rook, the remaining rook being like active, right? So he captures king f8 and he'll, I don't know, try to push the g pawn, king gets to e7, and with black you try not to exchange the rook, of course, like to
Right.
keep the rook active on the second rank.
Can you manage that though?
Yeah, we are. I think that's what we have to
Rook to D1.
find out. Rook d1. Yeah, let's put it here, for instance.
And then rook B1.
b1, but yeah, I'll go back.
Yeah, no, I wanted to go push for B4 and A4 and...
Yeah, but that's always a question if those pawns are kind of fast enough, right? If say there'll be like knight e4 and targeting this and having some knight c3 jumps, it's not easy.
No, you're right.
Yeah, like always some tricks,
I was a
right?
bit blasé here. No. Okay, so B4 is not correct. So you need to go moves like F6, I guess.
f3, right?
F3, sorry.
f3, but then
I
again,
can't
there is
knight.
g5 and there is knight d5 and
Well, in that case, if black is so active with the pieces, then maybe...
Sorry to interrupt, but I was just having some, I don't know, imagination. Like after, I like your move actually, you just being straightforward with b4. When the rook was on
b1. You go to b1.
Okay,
yes.
b1, yeah. And then b4. And after rook here, can I just play in rook to d1? So if you take on f2, you might have to sacrifice. I was thinking of playing rook to d7, and then with the idea of rook f1 later. But there, you always have the sacrifice on g2. Like,
Which
no,
one?
maybe not now. Yeah, this one, and then,
This rook takes bishop as well at the end of it.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
takes, and
No, I mean, if I want to draw, we assume I want to draw. How do I lose this one?
yeah, and it just,
Do I lose
Yeah,
this
you-
one?
No, you don't.
Maybe I win
Maybe
this
you
one.
win.
Yeah, like the B pawn, it's not getting
This
anywhere.
is actually a kind of a critical question because if black's initiative is super dangerous, then the best white should be doing is just going rook to d1, rook to b1, and
Just
chase
yeah,
down
yeah.
the black rook.
right.
Yeah. So for now, he is ambitious. He went f3. But, you know, I'm saying ambitious. Maybe it's just a good move, and later on he'll be able... well, wait a second. F3 is played with the idea to go rook f2. Even if after knight d5, you can go rook f2.
What about knight g4?
You are too brilliant. Knight g4, and then if I take, you want to win. That's, yeah, let's show this one. This and rook g3. Just, you know.
No. You got to pick up material first.
Energy, no. Energy preservation. not rook g4, but rook g3.
Oh, maybe
The shortest possible
maybe
move.
rook a2 first.
Yeah, exactly. You got to
Oh
do.
no, rook a2 there is rook f3 then.
And you won't, yeah, like, you
it's
won't
not
checkmate
mate,
me
it's
at
not
all.
mate, yeah.
You won't checkmate me at all. Yeah. Anyway, knight g4 is a brilliant move, but still, like after e4, the knight's hanging,
And still,
and knight e3, there is still rook f2, right?
do.
So if your series is still, yeah, like f3, it's almost like, you know, Paravan was deliberately going for this, and he thought kind of rook on d2 and so on, because it's a long line. You enter this line pretty much by playing queen d6. How many it is, like 10 moves ago, or 8 moves ago. And he thought with the rook on a second rank, I have enough activity and so on. And it's quite possible to miss a move like f3, and specifically with this idea of seizing the second rank.
Right.
Yeah.
No, this looks like
This looks
the
good then.
winning idea for white.
Still, I wouldn't, you know, rush with conclusions like knight d5, rook d3, let's say e4, and some either c3 or even e3 restricts rooks quite a bit. And black still will be able to like push pawns and so on. But this gives much better chance for white to win compared to previous lines. So I'm not sure how exactly black has to play it. I think with knight d5 and then not exchanging the rooks for sure. So rook d3, e4, and then, yeah, maybe this one's not bad. It's very hard to get rid of these guys.
Yes, that's true, but white's
And
goal
you
is
start
to-
running.
Yeah, exactly. Just push a4.
e4. Yeah, not that I have that much of this contemplate. And knight is hanging in the air. Yeah, right you are. All right, so
Well,
might be a chance. Might be a chance for
Definitely a
Regaisi.
big chance for Erigaisi, especially if Paravian isn't accurate now in the next series of moves. Can we go to the game Sathurman Matsudlu?
Yes.
Because that game is also
Whoa.
quite sharp. And
What
I've got to
is
stop being so
going on?
British. I always say quite sharp, which means very sharp, very crazy.
Sharp. What would be American equivalent to this? Like,
I was just
absolutely crazy. Wow, what a game.
You still have some accent there.
Um,
95. very dramatic.
yes, bishop e7, rook e3. And this position we had on the board for very, very long time. Think first, black was not sure what to do. Because in a way, like you're doubling on the closed file. Yeah, you pretty much telegraph to your opponent, yes, something's going to happen. I'll get knight f5 or knight d5. I'm planning to open the e file. Black went with queen b6, knight d5, e takes, and castled short. Interestingly, material's equal still, which isn't that easy to believe. Knight f5 and bishop c4. So what we do here, if only there was a way to get the queen closer to the black's king, right?
Well, there aren't
Yeah,
too many
let's-
good locations.
Let's
for
move
queen.
it to, let's say, f3.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to move it to g3 later. So
Yeah, queen f3. Like, for instance, one idea to point out that after bishop f1, yeah, you can take back the bishop, but there is also rook d7, which might actually be a better move. This is, like, easy to spot, right? This checkmate. But it's not only for cheapers that whites are playing. There is bishop f6 idea now that the knights are not protecting each other. So this could be a good idea. But I don't think black's plan is to take. So he
Guess
obviously
bishop
yeah,
e6.
bishop back to e6. And yeah, and if I'm taking d7 still,
the knight.
you take the knight, not the rook. Yeah,
Yes.
take the knight.
and
And,
c2 is
right.
hanging. So if you
C2
take
is
the
hanging.
d6 now,
Yeah,
bishop takes c2 first.
quite messy, right?
Yeah, it is very messy. And also, it's not just bishop c2, you also got bishop g4 as well.
And this rook.
Bishop takes rook.
Yeah, like interestingly, if I can take on d6, it has to be this rook, not the other rook. And then, yeah,
Queen c5.
queen c5 is there. Maybe you do take on c2. It's not impossible. It's kind of take on c2 with the bishop and then go somewhere.
But I like the idea of winning the rook. on
So
d7.
queen c5 because this one's hanging still.
Yes.
Yeah, right we are.
No, you also
Right, yeah.
want to give a checkmate there.
As well.
No, this,
One of them will do.
this failed for for white, certainly. This failed for white. But yeah, but
Bishop e6, yeah, we don't have to take on d7.
maybe this is a good square, right?
But then you've got bishop g.
Bishop g4. Bishop g4, right. Bishop d3 then.
And if I carry on with the pressure, put the queen on c5.
Aha, and now you take on d6. One of the ideas.
Yeah, and then I wanted to go bishop g. I'll pretend I
Bishop
saw that,
G4,
but I'm
right?
just going to go bishop
Bishop
g4.
g4. Yeah, there was also this, which is probably better for white,
that's
yeah.
true. And
Yeah.
then knight e7, yeah.
Takes and knight e7. And even if there is like no checkmate, I can win back the material with two bishops,
Yeah.
with king being open. It's, you know, did you notice like I'm always accounting for this worst case scenario? There will be no win, there will be no checkmate, and so on. So, like, pessimistic approach.
But you're just basically saying it's a draw.
No, I'm not saying it's a
There's
draw.
No win.
No.
No checkmate.
No immediate checkmate. I should like specify, right? Like worst case, what happens after this position, after say this exchange, I'm just better. Yeah, so not entirely pessimistic, but still.
Okay.
Right. So it looks very, very, complex. No move still from Setoramon. And they are both getting relatively short on time. So this game...
Can we also just consult the engine actually in this super sharp position? What is it saying?
But I have my board on the screen. So
Okay.
not as simple.
I will have a look and see what the Divine Oracle says. And... It says white is much better.
Much better.
Looks like it. And Queen F3 is the best move.
Queen F3, and in fact, after Bishop E6,
You can immediately
is
take. I just realized, Just realized you take and get
the
knight
best move
D7.
is Queen C5, and
Best move is Queen C5.
you're looking at a plus 1.9 advantage. So Magsudlu in serious trouble here if white
Right.
finds all the right moves. And here, the correct move is Bishop D3.
After Queen C5,
Yeah.
Bishop D3.
Yeah. Okay.
And okay, so that game was sharp. Can we also just take a look at the game? Vahidov against Abdusattorov. And it's a little bit of an indulgence to me because I play this type of position quite often with white and black. And it looks quite scary, the final position, to see the two bishops just bearing down towards the white king, and white hasn't really gotten going with anything. So how
Right.
did this all happen?
Well, looks like what Wahidov has done with knight f4. It's an attempt not to get the symmetrical position, because you could have exchanged, right? But yeah, like avoiding sort of the quote-unquote drawish lines, but maybe it served him didn't serve him well, because then he could not kind of find the right time to unleash the attack. Or maybe he did, Queen d1, knight e6, f4. Well, I've seen something like that, and I thought the knight's pinned and everything's better and so on, but maybe like after f4, g6, Pillsbury would criticize white's knight's placement. Too far away from the e5 square. Right?
Yep.
But still, it no longer looks that bad for white, now that I'm looking at it. You play Queen f3, the king is safe, which is already kind of good news. How do you continue? How do you break through?
Maybe you don't do anything. Maybe you just go
Yeah.
rook e7 or something. Rook e7, rook e8,
7, yeah.
knight g7.
No, but same goes for white, right?
Yeah.
You have to
Get
be
rid of the lights.
kind of out of your mind to consider f5. So that's too much. And other than that, maybe move the king away, so that kind of the pawn is not pinned, but still king g1, and then the other rook comes here, and possibly some knight d4. This is hanging.
Yeah, I think that is the idea. So black can just use the time to consolidate
Right.
the position, and black is standing better.
So one of those positions where it's very, very tense. And also, let's note that Wahidov is down to 11 minutes, and it's only move 18. So if anyone's in trouble, it's white.
Yeah.
And we have a move on the game between Setoramon versus Magsudlu. And instead of playing Queen F3, Setoramon played Queen E3.
Queen E3, which
Is not as good, but white is still better.
a bit softer move, but perhaps nothing too bad.
And
Magnus's game
Yes,
progressed quite a
I
bit.
was going to-
Shall we check?
let's go there, because this looks good for Magnus now.
Yeah, it is looking like a winning position for Magnus, but I think it's also because Kaidanov chose a passive reaction here. Instead of b5, he played rook fe8.
Rook fe8, but
And then Magnus played b5 himself.
b5,
Seizing
and after
the
bishop
space.
c8, knight c6, rook d6, and rook to c7. But it wasn't easy to comprehend, to be honest, that white is not winning the pawn immediately, but kind of squeezes you in this position. And yeah, what is black left with? So there is one question I have. After bishop d2, does rook takes rook work? Rook takes bishop, pardon.
Rook takes rook.
So this and rook e6.
Looks
Because
like
at first I thought like, yeah, being super clever, but maybe not.
because you take on c6.
Yeah, but if you take on c6,
Which one?
d6. Then you can just simply
You
take
could
it
just
back.
simply-
Yeah, d6, I take it back. No, I thought like if you take this one, but then I take with the pawn.
but also you can.
You have rook e8 and but it doesn't.
Rook e8, king g7. No. You just take with the pawn, and then if you're kind of have, you know, like some sadistic
You go c7.
qualities in here,
Yeah, I do.
yeah, you go c7, not taking the rook with a check. No, but again, it's all flashy and all, but after rook d4, I don't really know if we have
e8, double check.
king g7. It's good and all, but how do we win? And after rook d4, there was some way I thought we are winning a pawn, like take d4, rook
But
take.
wait one second.
Yeah.
Why do we need to go into for these complications? Bishop a2 or bishop b3?
No, bishop b2, we are exchanging.
No, bishop.
You mean
Bishop
this one?
b3. Just keep.
Bishop b3.
Yeah, because you're
fair
still
enough.
threatening
You're
rook
still
e8,
threatening. You're
knight
threatening
rook,
knight
Everything is
e7.
hanging.
And this stupid rook is hanging.
Yeah. I wasn't sure where to put the bishop, I'll be honest with you.
Oh, wait a sec. And after rook d3, if
Yeah,
I
this
still
was the-
follow the guy. Wait a sec. I've ruined the whole thing. Bishop b3, so instead, rook d4. Yeah, here. Jovi, could it be that you're kind of, I don't know if it was a blunder, but bishop e2 could be, in fact, brilliant. This is rook d7, guards e7,
Yeah.
still saves.
No, I kind of wanted to keep the bishop.
Like, it's very close. It feels like it's very close. But on the other hand, why do I kind of make Magnus do all this nonsense, right? If he certainly can do something better than that. And you know what? Something better than that, now I realize it's a check. And you take, attack the other guy. And you're just a piece up, and there is no need to analyze this, right?
And after rook d8.
Rook d4, rook d8,
Or
something attack.
No.
Now after rook d8, you've got.
Same, right?
Well, actually.
It's not an extra piece anyway.
But wait one second. Okay, if you go rook d8 or rook d4, okay, I think rook d8 is worse, maybe because you got just rook takes.
rook takes e6.
Yeah, and then I just wanted to corral the
But
b.
that's that's like
not-
one pawn again we are talking, and even if you win it, and you know, like black gets something like that. No. I want an extra piece here, or Magnus would want an extra piece. So after bishop d2, maybe you just move the rook, like here, here, or here.
Okay, rook a.
A1 sounds
A1.
not bad.
Yeah,
D1
because otherwise
sounds
you've got
not
bishop
bad.
b4.
So what Kaidanov did, he
Bishop
played
D7.
bishop to d7. So now the question would be, do we,
Take on the bishop.
yeah, kind of
Take the bishop and take e6.
king f8, I think. Yeah. So rook d7 would be,
But there's rook f6. Okay, king g7. And there's nothing else. Yeah.
no, rook d7 is way too optimistic. But what if we continue,
And he did, yeah.
and he did, yeah, rook a1, rook a7, so playing for total domination. And pretty much we say, yes, we are fighting around this, like, I don't know, d7, e6 squares and so on, and your bishop on h6 is an idiot. it cannot defend the light squares, it cannot defend the 7th rank, so that's why I'm winning.
Yeah. And
Could be.
you'll be happy to know that the engine completely agrees with you. Rook A1, massive advantage for Magnus, winning. Just best move is Bishop F8. And
Right.
the irony of it all, it says that White's best move after this is to go King to G2. I thought Rook A7.
Yes.
Like everyone and their grandparents would play that, but after Rook to D1, you go King G2 anyway. And
Yeah.
the whole point is that Rook C1. And
Yeah, well,
Black
Bishop
still-
F8, Bishop F8 can be played, I can imagine, but for Magnus to play King G2, that'd be
no. I mean, that's just the computer having fun with us. I mean, Rook A7 is also
wins, yeah?
wins, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And on the game between Hikaru versus Pranav, he finally played the idea that
So finally went B4.
Yes.
Okay. Finally went B4, but that's once again, I think he was sort of provoked. ED8, H3, Knight C6, and you're kind of asking for B4 to be played. However,
is it hanging there? Can you
still, that's what I'm kind of asking myself.
take stakes if knight b4? Maybe
Knight
rook to d1.
B4, rook to D1, right?
And then the knight cannot move because the bishop on a6 is hanging. But what
You
else
could
can
try D5. Well, the thing is, like, you know, for some reason, I would almost believe, like, anyone else but Hikaru could blunder a move like D5. But, you know, knowing that Hikaru went with B4, like, you tend to think, yeah, the pawn cannot be taken. It's Hikaru. I don't know why. Yeah, but D5, it's unclear, right? It's unclear yet. How does White win if he wins?
Well,
C takes, C5.
it's quite funny, but there is a clear-cut way to an advantage. When it's
After-
not playing after, pawn
C takes. We do take A
You
B4.
do take AB, and after knight takes B4. I don't know if this is very thematic in this type of position, but knight to B5.
Knight B5. And it is, well, interesting.
So you're cutting the knight on b4. At the same time, you're threatening rook takes a7
And knight takes
in the future line.
knight takes
Yeah.
A7.
Knight takes
Yeah,
a7 is
Knight A7 and so on. Yeah, so if bishop takes, we just take with the pawn, and then A7, A7's lost, and knight C2, we are just on time to take
Yeah.
A7 in the immediate.
And somehow or other, it's just unfortunate. You know, you're just simply going to pile up the pressure on the A pawn, and the B pawn is the one that's just going to coast through.
Yeah, knight B5 is impressive. And yeah, Hikaru's definitely capable of.
But it is actually possible to play the much more natural rook DB1. And after D5, again, you have to pile on the pressure and play rook A4.
Yep, knight B4 is on the board. And let's see what Hikaru has planned here.
Well, what's he?
Yeah, is it knight
What's he
B5 or
reaching
B1, yeah? Because rook B1 is much more kind of
It's
natural. You
completely-
attack something, yeah.
Exactly, it is totally natural, and it also is very good as well.
Yeah, it's still winning, yeah, after rook db1, I think.
Yeah,
And
but
after d5, you have to find
rook A4,
rook a4. Wow.
which again looks devastating as well, hitting the knight, and the knight can't move because the bishop on A6 is tied down.
Yeah. So let's wait for Hikaru to make a move, but we already know that his position is much better. Bishop F8 is on the board in Magnus's game, so I'm just curious if Magnus will play King G2. That'd be crazy, right? Hikaru, though, decided to take a deeper thought. Yeah. It looked almost like if he would make a move instantly. It's still thinking.
But yeah, if Hikaru plays one of those two moves, he has very good chances to win this game and move on to 6 points, which puts him in a perfect situation for
Yeah, like
first
leading
place.
group, right? So as of now, we have what, 6 leaders, right? Playing each
Six leaders
other.
on 5.5 points.
Sindarov Yakuboyev looked relatively equal. Kartikeyan Narayanan, honestly, I've almost forgotten what it looked like.
Which ones?
Kartikeyan
It's the
Narayanan.
exchange
Pawn on
down with the
D2.
pawn on D2.
Ah, yeah, that's the one.
That
Also,
one looks like
we
it's
consider
heading-
equalish, right? So what I'm saying
the
that
draw.
if Erigaisi will win against Paravian, he might be the sole leader of the tournament.
Right.
Because the other two look like,
But then if Hikaru wins, the two will face off against each other if there's only one sole leader.
Right.
yeah, very likely. Well, colors do not match, and I'm not sure how it's how the pairings done in this case. Because yeah, technically, what I would do, you take the highest rated player from a group with half a point behind it. That would be Hikaru for sure, and yeah, and then
Yeah.
And I would give Hikaru double white in this case for the last round. But it's too many ifs, right? It's still Hikaru has to win, Erigaisi has to win, and no one else, should be draws on other leaderboards.
Okay, in the game between Kartikeyan and Narayanan, the idea of Rook F1, F4 indeed happened.
F31 here, Rook F1. Queen D7 is somewhat mysterious, to be honest. F4 played. Bishop F6. Yeah, like I understand what happens there, but why exactly Queen D7? It's a big question, right?
Maybe with the idea of Queen H.
Queen
three at some
H3.
point.
Like Queen H3, Queen G2, Queen H5. Yeah, could be this.
And
It's Rook AD1, I think.
Rook AD1 played.
Rook AD1.
So what happened after B4?
Yeah, like B4 seems to be enough. That's exactly what I thought. B4 seems to be enough.
And then I guess you go pawn takes pawn.
But
Yeah.
pawn takes pawn. And you cannot go Rook F2 because Bishop D4.
Yeah, and then I was planning.
There's also like Queen H3 with Bishop D4
Yeah, but
ideas,
then Queen G2. Oh no, but
Queen
then I'm in
G2
trouble.
is
No, no, no,
the
no.
check.
Forget that. No.
But even if.
Okay, no.
Even if.
You can't go
just
pawn takes pawn,
captures.
guys. That's just a silly move by me. Let's go Rook F3.
Yeah, Rook F3 guards
You cannot
this,
give up
yeah?
the D4 square.
Kind of guards this. But then how do we ever attack D2? Oh, we'll move the king first.
Yeah, King G2. We'll do it very slowly.
Yeah, like makes sense.
And also, let's not forget that there is Queen takes A6 on.
That's what we as black
Okay.
will stop with the very
Yeah.
next move.
Okay, now King to G2.
Yeah, now King to G2, and then the plan is to say play Rook F. No, Rook
No,
F2.
you can't
There
do
is
that
still.
because pawn takes
Queen
pawn.
D5 now.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. Black always gonna find that one threat that prevents you from capturing the D2 pawn. That's the feeling. So maybe White just doesn't have the way to make progress, even though, once again, optically it looks like it's just a matter of time while this pawn will be surrounded.
Oh, okay, guys. So Hikaru did play. If we were to go back to that
Yes.
game, he did play the most natural Rook to D1.
So he in fact started with Rook A4, D5, Rook B1, which I believe is just a transposition. Black went with Knight C2, so now D4, I believe, is what he wants if the bishop is captured. Still quite messy, this one.
Yeah, and Hikaru looks like about to make a move.
Bishop G5 is one thing. It's kind of keeping a threat of e5. Yeah, a6 is hanging.
Look at him. Hikaru is certainly looking in that direction and nodding away. Bishop g5.
It's like, I know you're looking at me.
And now he switched over to the queen side. Is he considering bishop takes a7?
Bishop a7. Yeah, the problem from black that this knight will be hanging as well, right? You can't do bishop c4 because bishop c4 and then queen takes the knight in the right moment. Or
If rook takes
no,
that?
yeah, there is rook c4, right? And then the bishop is hanging as well.
Yeah, but you
But
can
wait,
just
you
move
can-
the bishop, yeah?
you can,
Bishop b6, yeah?
Go rook bishop b6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does feel like white is much more coordinated, so to speak. So whenever we are getting involved in this, tactical sequences, I attack this, you attack that, it works for white. Strangely, maybe not so strangely. So yeah, but again, we switch to Hikaru, anticipating him to make a move, and he's not. He's not
Right.
doing it.
And just to run through the bishop takes a7 line. Another option is to go d4.
Yeah, and it's much better, right? Much better option. I don't know what the evaluation is, but it's much better option. So I'll have to take then, right? And you take the knight, and who knows what's that?
But it does feel like black's knight is out there in no man's land. You feel...
We'll jump to b4, right? Also, the c3 pawn should not be underestimated. No, I wouldn't be comfortable here with white. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, it's looking a bit dangerous now. I think there should be a simpler continuation for white. Maybe we shouldn't take the pawn on a7?
Yeah, one thing that we were considering was bishop to g5, right?
But wait 1 second. If you take the pawn on a7 and then go d4, there is bishop b6. Let's continue the fun.
So if this, we
Take
take
the rook.
the rook. And yeah, black has to take with something.
Something. And then
rook
rook takes
h6.
bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is one of those positions where have black had a pawn on g6, I would say black goes rook d2 and has like fantastic compensation. But the fact that black also needs to spend one whole tempo making a lift for the king probably works for white. Even then, kind of how sure are we that black's c3 pawn is not dangerous? They still might be a bit shaky, like with, like rook d2 and stuff. Because what we are left with, it's actually quite awkward pieces, right? It could be, yeah, like rook d1. And so anyway, there is something for Hikaru to calculate. There is no clear-cut path that we can see. And on kind of upper boards, below board 10, but still like up there, Salem has won his game.
Yeah.
But not that many results. Yeah? It feels like yesterday we had quite a few quick results. Today, yeah, a draw in Giri's game. And that's, yeah, now Salem's win. That's pretty much what we have.
Okay, I just checked the computer assessment of this particular position. It says white's best move is to go e5. I'm just also going to check what's going to happen after bishop takes a7. That would be a mistake because d4, as we concluded, gives black good chances. Bishop g5 that you suggested
Is bad.
is no, not bad. It's better than bishop takes a7 at least. But after h6, you're going to have to retreat all the way to c1.
Yeah.
But so white's best response is to go e5.
After knight c2,
After
it has
knight
to go
c2.
e5.
Yeah, e5.
It's not trivial then.
No. It's certainly not like instinctively you want to move the bishop.
So after e5, knight e8.
So if you just move the knight, now the big thing is that you shouldn't get tempted to go bishop takes a7 because of this d4 idea, but instead you drop the bishop to its starting square.
To c1.
Yeah.
Say knight goes
And
here.
you just,
Bishop to c1. But then this guy is in trouble.
Yes.
Because there is no bishop c4, the knight's hanging at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And you are not very happy playing bishop b7 because then rook takes on a7.
yep.
And after d4, I think you can
Here,
play
d4, yeah. Oh, but then you probably
You just go
gonna-
knight e4.
Yeah, now you
e4,
have
yeah.
a space for the knight on e4 because of e5.
Yeah, and then in d3s it's simply going to be met by bishop takes pawn, and the knight is hanging, and the bishop is also hanging on a6. But e5,
Still-
a narrow path. Bishop g5 is also possible, and it also seems that bishop c1 is about the second best move.
Right, but it's so unnatural, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, how natural is it to retreat the bishop to c1?
Definitely not
Get
the
a
first.
double exclam.
Yeah, not the
we
first
have so
move
many
to
ideas
consider.
from the other game, yeah?
Yeah.
Bring the bishop back to its original square. Okay, so Hikaru is still thinking, and he has to find this move, e5 or bishop c1, to keep the advantage on the board.
Yeah, so let's quickly go over 3 games of the leaders' boards 3 to 5 and start with Erigisi against Paravian. So over here, after f3, Paravian did not move the knight to any of, like d5 didn't go to g4, but instead went with g7, g5. e4 was played, g4, a4, g takes, g takes. So the pawn has to be said. The pawn is running pretty fast. The a pawn, that is. The knight on f6, at least for now, is restricted, right? Not going too far. What do we do? Do we go? No, it's like whenever I'm thinking of, say, going knight h5, knight f4 to create some counterplay, I think this is the moment where white's going to play rook f2, and then I have this knight on h5, which is
Yeah, but then after rook d3, and then at f1
probably
next,
bullshit.
at f4.
Knight f4, yeah, and then still some threats, yeah. I said pawns are running, but maybe not fast enough still. Yeah? Wait, knight h5.
Okay, but still, I think rook f2 has to... Unless... Actually, there's no threat.
Like you can, yeah, maybe you can do something like this.
And then rook c... b2, let's go.
Rook b2, yeah. And I wasn't sure, because very often in such positions, the problem, like as long as you kind of did not play f5 or something, so the bishop on b7 might actually be in a bit of trouble. Say a check, and I understand I'm kind of leaving my king alone, but say check and rook b8. How likely it is to work. Because I think rook b3, a5, very likely to win, I want to say. a5, threatening a6, and so on. Yes, but other than that, my king is on in kind of... My king's completely alone. So to say bishop a6, b4, the pawns are running, but maybe this king is getting into trouble.
But then, yeah, but you
I got
still have to expend some time to
Bishop d3,
centralize the bishop, yeah.
bishop d3. But these are also like not running too fast, yeah? Black almost has perpetual ready, or
Well, you do have perpetual.
knight f4, yeah?
Yeah. And actually, maybe even checkmate.
Yeah, that's
Knight-
what I'm
knight
that's what
to
I'm
H.
saying. Like
Knight to h3, check.
knight h3
Let's
check,
put that,
king
the old
h1.
boy in the corner. And now I'm
Bishop
thinking,
E2. Oh.
I was thinking F5 as well.
F5.
F5, but isn't F5 too slow? Wait, I think this is just a checkmate.
Oh yeah, the
Knight
good old
G5
Arabian
and
checkmate,
take this
yeah.
one. Rook, Knight and Bishop was the deadly combo that won a game against Magnus Carlsen yesterday. Right, and this is once again the same trio. But yeah, that's like very clumsy analysis, I'm almost sure. There should be better line than that. White.
Okay, so white can't get, can't get brave with the rook. You've got to protect the king. So
Yeah,
rook
like
F2,
rook F2, rook
D3.
D3. But then, yeah, the knight lands on F4. There'll be a lot of, like, this annoying checks.
What about if you go?
A5, A6, right? And they kind of run quickly.
Okay, yeah, let's try.
F5 takes on B3 and A6.
Yes.
But in this position, you can sacrifice your bishop, no? And then put the knight on F4 and E5.
Yeah.
Still not sure how to win that position.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, right, you are. It could be that it's not easy to win, but at the same time, kind of, we are not guaranteed a draw, right? So the alternative is, I would guess, bishop A6 for now. Kind of stopping the A-pawn to first play knight F4 and see where the king is going. But even taking this guy, you know what? You could consider going bishop A8. I understand it's super dangerous. I know it's just lost. Sorry, pardon me.
But then you go
this one and this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because rook B8. No.
No.
Yes, A6.
A7.
I mean A7 and then
A7 and this.
rook B2 maybe.
Yeah, rook B1 and
B1,
yeah.
rook B8, rook C7 or C8, whatever.
the end. And yeah, you don't want this.
King E7. So not going knight H5. Just bringing the king closer.
And we have a result on the first board between
Magnus Carlsen wins. Magnus Carlsen
Can we
wins.
quickly see how that game finished? I mean, we left it when Magnus was just powering through.
Yeah, bishop F8 and king G2 was not played, but
No.
A7, captures, yes, and here not the quantity but quality what matters in terms of those passed pawns, right? The pawn on C6.
Isn't it nice to see Magnus Carlsen just analysing with his opponents? I mean, he did it yesterday after a loss. He didn't just storm off. And now he's sharing his thoughts with the opponent, and now the bishop takes E6. What a classy move there.
Yeah,
The bishop cannot be taken because of rook A8.
and there is like a lot of tricks because rook C6, you win with bishop D7, yeah, and so on. So rook E7 takes a check, and here, and you have to take the C pawn, otherwise C7 happens, and rook E7 and king F8, and it's only move that wins. It's a very easy move to find, but arguably, I say from that point on, it was almost like a study-like win. So with all Magnus's moves being the only moves that win the game.
Yes. And we also have another result on
Sindarov Yakuboyev on board
they
4.
finally agree
They've agreed to draw.
a draw on move 30.
They've reached move 30.
did, and it was a uneventful game, I would say.
Relatively,
And
yeah, I'd agree
I would
with.
think in this position as well, if anyone who is playing for a win, it was black. I think black consolidated very well.
Yeah, no.
But guys, things are heating up in the Karthikeyan Narayanan game because, white consolidated, but it came at the cost of the B3 pawn. But now the D2 pawn
All
is
right, so
going.
B4, queen E3,
Yeah,
queen goes here, rook
Rook
F2,
F2.
and here. So you could take, wait a second.
you should take rook 1.
You should take it. Yeah, you
Rook
should
1
take.
takes D2.
Rook 1 takes D2, and then, hang on a second. Do I win an exchange back and possibly the game by going this move?
So you have to take with the F rook so that you
No,
can
but-
just take everything on default.
Yeah.
Sorry, so here,
Take
this rook,
Yeah.
right?
Hang on,
This
You
rook.
cannot take with
R2,
D1 anyway. Huh?
D2.
R2D2. That was again, yeah. I like that droid. Very cute droid. Yes. And if you bishop d4, just takes everything on d4, you take on b2, and then there will be some checks, perpetual.
Yeah, you go bishop d4. I hadn't seen that sneaky tactic.
Sorry, Jack. So we don't take this.
If
We
you
actually
take that one,
could,
you could,
right?
but I'm going to go queen e8 check.
Right. So let's be serious.
Yeah.
I go here.
And then
Rook
this
d4.
forces rook e4,
C
rook
takes.
e4.
Rook
Rook
takes. Regrettably, I don't see the way for black to play for win. And yeah, that's what we are. That's where we are getting.
It's also going to be another draw.
Bishop d4, rook d4 was played. Yes, there is no alternative. You take, white captures again. And we presume this is going to finish with rook takes, queen takes, right? Queen to b2,
And
a
And it's
check,
queen d8, queen d4.
followed with a check.
yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like a perpetual to me.
And Irene called it all the way in the start. Like
It's
played
just a draw.
Just a draw.
forcing line, just a draw.
Chess is just a
No,
draw.
I'm coming from the future to tell you guys that it's always going to be a draw. Yep. And what happened in the game of Seturaman Maksudlu? Because the last time we saw it, it was
Seturaman,
quite interesting for
where is it?
Seturaman.
Yeah, here. Here, that's the one. The least advanced game from in terms of kind of moves made. Oh, Hikaru is also like on move 23. This one's on move 22. The bishop c4, queen e3, queens were traded. Knight g4 with the tempo. Rook e7, knight b6, knight d6. So what's going on here? In other words, who is better and why?
white. Should be white.
Who's better and why? So
Pawn up, better.
white is pawn up.
Activity.
White's pawn up. White is
But there is one problem with white's
the
position.
bishop on g5, right?
Yes.
So bishop f1, he goes after that. He
So bishop
goes.
f1 and knight takes c8 maybe.
I guess knight c8, knight
Knight
c8 is the
C8.
big point.
And then f6.
And if rook takes f1, there is f6. And
As
it
well as
leads
knight
to
takes
some.
rook.
Yeah, well, knight takes rook, interestingly, I thought might be
Maybe it's worse actually because
not sure because of all those weaknesses. It could be that black still kind of does okay, so let's keep it as plan B. But yeah, f6 looks, of course, more ambitious, and I wanted to say it leads to some like really tricky position once again, right?
Oh, can we quickly? We will go back to this one, but I just saw on the camera that the
Gukesh finished the game.
Gukesh just finished a game, so I was very curious on how it ended, and it indeed ended on
Board
a
10.
stadio-like position.
Board
with
10.
G8.
Kavlishvili, yeah, okay, not much was happening. So I think it's just the end which is like really beautiful. So starting from here, knight c5, sacrificing the knight, which was accepted, and then bishop e6, threatening here, queen e7, h6, threatening once again.
And there's nothing
Queen
white you
e5.
can do about it, yeah? But you cannot really protect on g7.
Yes, you can't.
Yes, and takes.
Here, check.
Check.
You can't block with the rook because the other rook is hanging. That's also important. Otherwise, rook f6 would have worked, but block with the queen and it's check.
Yeah, didn't I predict this
nice
as well,
combination.
Ruby?
you did.
You
After
did
H4
predict
was
everything.
on the board. You were like, okay, white is going to win. And okay, can we just come to a conclusion in
On
this
Masudlu's
turn?
game?
Yeah.
Bishop f1, rook f1 was played, so
This is really key to the
he
standings.
did not take on c8. We could still, as black, we could still attempt to play f6 and offer the rook on c8 and still opt for the same position. But strangely, I feel if you just move the rook, isn't it kind of enough compensation for the pawn? But I have obviously no guarantee that it's going to work.
Yeah.
There was
There is a funny line, knight c4, yeah, but it doesn't make much sense, to be honest.
Right, Rook C6 indeed played, and
Rook c6, yeah.
Settlerman played something.
Knight f5, I
Knight
would
F5,
guess.
yeah.
So it's, I don't know if it does stop f6, but it makes f6 not so comfortable to play, let's say. Yeah, because f6 still is a thing. Rook g7, king goes, and who knows what's that? Maybe your threat is not to take the bishop, but to go rook c5 and, you know, attack the knight, which protects the rook, and all over the place, seriously, like knight e3.
Yeah.
That's what we have.
Massively
Knight
complicated.
f5, yeah, and now this is the moment. You still have some other moves.
Right. And, well, another game that is critical to the standings is Shimonov against Oparin. Both players on 5 points. So if Oparin manages to win this, he will also join the group on 6 points.
Yeah, but like compared to how it looked, right, after the opening, Shimonov is almost saved, but still, it's of course it's black who is trying, being an exchange up for the pawn.
Yeah. And
This might be a long one, by the way.
yeah, I doubt. I mean, I think so too. But the game of Hikaru Nakamura versus Pranav, Hikaru indeed played the one
What?
that is winning, e5 followed by bishop.
E5, knight e8, bishop c1. So Hikaru found pretty much the
Everything,
the top choice, the best of the best moves.
So things are looking good for Hikaru, and I think we are going to take a very short break as we prepare for the upcoming battles that we will for sure see in the second part of our coverage. It's going to be an exciting one, so don't go anywhere.
I wanna feel a feeling just like this. I wanna feel more
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of round 8, the penultimate round of the Qatar Masters Open. And joining us here in the commentary room, it is none other than Gukash, who just defeated Robbie Kevlishvili. And quite a nice attacking game, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I believe, not very clean, but okay, it was the tactics in the end were quite nice. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get the chance to show this one. Yeah, but I was impressed with the whole, 5H4 idea and so on, even though it might be known to some, but it's definitely not, not your regular London system where you want to play H3 and be super solid and so on.
Modern day chess. And, well, let's take a look at that final moments in your game. And Miro will put that up on the board.
Yes, I was thinking knight a7 is the position we are looking for, right?
Yeah.
And then you've played knight to c5, which is a piece sacrifice. Was there any chance he would not take? Or if
no, I mean, if he doesn't take, okay, e6 is too soft and okay, there are a lot of tactics. He might just lose the e6 pawn by force. So. Okay, taking was the only option.
And then...
yeah, so...
Bishop e6, and this one is hanging.
Yeah, queen e7, take. I think rook...
Yeah, he went back to e7, right?
Yeah.
And instead, was there any other...
No.
Yeah, like rook g8, you just win the bishop back. Yeah. It's completely lost, right? Or go h6 even. Rook g8, you can still go h6. Yeah. So here, and then h6, and once again, not much he can do. If g6,
he should have gone g6, and then I would go queen e5, queen f6. Take bishop d7, rook f2. I was trying to calculate rook d5, rook h2, e4 to see if it was winning. But I was not sure about e4, rook h6, e5, rook h5. But okay, I mean, after rook f2 there should be something and I should be better for sure.
Right.
But yeah, it's just...
The knight's limited, everything looks in your favor, so...
Maybe I should just keep the h6 pawn somehow, like rook h1.
I don't know. How crazy would be to go rook h1, yes, and then
h6 pawn is quite important though.
Take on d5 and then just win this way. Yeah, so this does look very promising, and instead, after h6, he captured on h6, which
but then he just missed rook g8. So.
Allowed this beautiful finish. Yeah.
Which made us very happy in the studio. We especially like it when you win material like that. So, well, Gukash, now that you're here, I would like to just put you to work a little bit, if you don't mind. So, obviously, it's very, very crowded at the top. It's very, very strong open. And there's a lot of drama happening so far. And some of the games that I'd really love to go to is, first of all, Hikaru Nakamura against Pranav.
That's why we need you, because it's very hard to tell what's going on.
Like, first of all, how would you approach such a crazy position like this?
Okay, black is a pawn up, if I'm right. But okay, my first instinct that is black is just busted because a7 is falling and ef6, his kingside is just collapsing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, bishop c4 is
kind of the only hope, right? If it can work.
Okay, maybe I start with ef6, gf6, rook a7.
And then there is also
rook d7.
Some tricks like this, right? If rook f7 happens, then we should be able to win with knight f6, right? And if knight takes, it's queen g3, and this rook and the king are attacked at the same time.
Oh wait, maybe not. Queen g7.
Queen g7. There should be something, I believe. We just take with a check and take with a check and take c4, right?
No, queen g7, rook g7.
Rook g7, pardon me. Rook g7. So it's much trickier than I've originally thought.
Okay, it's a matter of more orders, I think, but
Yeah.
Well, bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn played. Bishop takes pawn played.
DF6, yeah, EF6, GF6.
Once again, I mean, I want to say that if it would be anyone but Hikaru, I would believe that, yeah, a person kind of blundered something and so on. But with Nakamura, for whatever reason, I trust that he's like, if he gives the pawn or he goes for tactics, it kind of works at the end.
Yeah, but also this looks quite...
Kind of looks winning, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should start with bishop c4 just to avoid this.
Yeah, all these tricks, right? So
Avoid this
start with bishop c4. So now if rook takes, we take on a7.
Take on ace. Rook c1 maybe.
Yeah, rook's...
No, take then I go...
Oh, hang on, you can go queen takes.
Yeah.
Queen takes here.
Yeah.
Rook takes here, and there is
Yes,
rook
doesn't.
to c1 and a perpetual
We
check. Yeah, perpetual
we
check.
thank the Lords that the knight is on e8.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So there is still like some traps to fall into. E takes, G takes. So this is too soft then. Capturing.
Okay.
Is there a
might
chance
be-
like to capture on f6 at some point? Like maybe rook takes, rook c7. No, bishop f6
I think
doesn't
rook
make
a7,
any
rook
sense.
d7 is the most critical. Rook c7.
Rook d7, yeah?
Yeah, rook c7 maybe just we can start with queen g3.
Rook d7. But then we have a check, right? Then we have a check here.
King f8.
King f8. For whatever reason, I thought
Yeah,
this.
king f8 maybe rook d7, queen d7, knight f6.
Well, Hikaru...
Yeah, there is also this, right? Now that the queen is hanging with a check, there is bishop f6.
Oh, that is nice.
There is bishop f6, and then,
that is
yeah, like
great.
if you take the rook, it's a check. And if you do what? If you do knight f6 once again move with a tempo because queen g8 is threatened.
Yeah, that is quite.
So maybe this sequence wins after all, but it's
King
confusing.
King
Yeah,
f7, what do we do?
yeah, maybe there was other move.
Yeah, he took on a7. Yeah.
He took on a7, right? So maybe we should just like not speculate, but see, because play is both very short on time, and we'll see what Hikaru's solution is, right?
Yeah.
So rook a7 played.
On the clock, rook a7. And is there any way that you can just hold on passively?
Queen f8.
Yes, it's not my finest piece, but you know, if it keeps the game alive.
I'd suspect some like check, you know, takes f6, queen e5.
Yeah, but knight d5.
Right. I go here. Not sure what's the proper moves order gonna be. Like a check here, king h8, let's say. Would be lovely to get another rook into play, right? Which I want to say almost works after rook h7, rook a7, but that's too much. Like I'm kind of carefully checking if anything can be interposed on the 7th rank, because if the king goes back, I would assume queen g6 wins.
King h6.
Well,
Yeah, king h6,
king
bishop
h6.
g5. Yeah. But that's crazy. Let's actually go back to reality.
Did he play
rook,
queen f?
rook d7.
Rook d7.
Rook to
But
d7.
after
And
rook to d7, we thought it was all over after...
Queen g3.
Queen
yeah, like queen g3, but there is king f7.
there- we didn't find the...
Uh-huh.
Oh, wait a sec. And if I start with this,
Knight f6.
doesn't it just work? And then we give a check? Unless I've blundered some knight g4, which is...
f7.
King f7, I thought still bishop... And a king takes, pardon me. I mean, I'm being blind. Yeah, bishop takes, now there is king takes. That's... Yeah, that's the problem.
Wow.
There is also rook a7, by the way, and king e8, and who knows. No. Let's go here. So
Rook a7, maybe rook a7. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we could think of rook d7, bishop f6 as well. This might be good enough.
Do you know Pranav quite well? He's the same age as you.
Yeah, we grew up together. I mean, since the time we started playing chess, we played in a lot of tournaments together.
Hmm. And what
yeah.
kind of style would you say he has?
He's very tricky. He's very good at attacking, and he spots tricks very fast.
Okay.
He's a blitz specialist, I think so.
So this time trouble would not phase him at all.
But yeah, I mean, he's playing Hikaru, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But okay, spots tricks easily and is a tricky player. Well, these are all good strengths to have when you don't have so much time on the clock.
Yeah.
Right.
And whilst Hikaru is thinking about what to do, I would also quickly like to switch to the game against
I
Arjun.
think I found a win.
Oh,
Yeah, tell
no,
us.
actually-
Tell us.
Tell us.
Yeah, maybe knight f6, bishop f6,
Hmm.
rook a7, and then queen g3.
Rook a7 and then queen g3. And yeah,
King
and
f7,
now
there
it,
is rook a7.
now it works, yeah, because king f7, there is rook a7, queen takes, yeah,
G7.
we win.
Isn't there also Queen G7, Jack?
Queen g7, king e8, I was not sure. And then queen
Queen
g8,
g8,
queen f8.
queen f8,
Yes.
yeah. No, that's cleaner. Rook a7 is much cleaner.
Yeah,
And
also
there was,
queen.
if queen takes, it's just rook d7, game over. Yeah, not much.
Rook a7, queen g3, queen g7, queen b8, king f. Yeah, king f7. Queen
No,
b8, queen f8.
queen f8.
Okay.
Queen f8 though. But this could be just winning, right? And knight f5.
Knight
No,
F5.
winning, but for the wrong side.
Knight f5, queen
Be-
b8, and
Yeah, like
Twist.
this, check, this. I mean, do we want to find out? We don't, right? That's not what you're looking for with white.
yeah, it's not very easy.
Wow.
Yeah, so Pranav is indeed very tricky because I thought like
So let's just run through that variation again. So knight takes pawn.
knight takes pawn, yes, black is forced to take.
Yeah. And now after bishop takes knight.
We said rook takes
And then queen g3,
7
queen
and queen
g7.
g3, queen to g7. Yes.
And okay, now can we go queen to b8?
Queen
check.
to b8.
F8.
Yeah, queen to f8.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah.
It is. You still have the perpetual though. I mean, would you like it?
Queen g3,
I know.
rook
You,
g7.
rook
But
g7 and then
G7.
bishop takes. Yeah.
Knight f5.
Knight f5. Yeah. It's a crazy position. Because, yeah, I mean, it'd be lovely to kind of get your opinion on other games, but how do you leave this? How do you leave position like this in a time trouble? You absolutely can't.
But okay, I mean, white should be better even if he goes like rook d7, queen d7, knight f6. The most simplest. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit kind of disappointing to go for it, like when you have such a lot of tactics, but maybe you have to do it.
Can't believe there's no direct win here.
And wait, and what did we say? After queen g3, king goes to f7. Yeah, king goes to f7. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
And there's no direct win with knight
Yeah.
takes f6.
I know.
Yeah, knight f6, knight f6. It's bishop f6, king f6.
King f6, yeah.
And then I was
is-
thinking queen.
Yeah, queen h4, king g7 even. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Hikaru is reaching for something, and
What?
well, he's thrown in a
He
a8. It looks
rook
like.
a8.
Ah, okay. Yeah, quite logical actually.
Did he? Yes, the rook is on a8. So kind of getting to this f6 pawn.
If rook d8, then the other rook comes to a7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but rook d8. It's exactly what I was kind of looking for, how to get the other rook into the game. Yes, after rook d8, you probably can trade and play rook a7 or just play rook a7.
What did he play?
And we wait.
King f7, yeah?
King to f7, but this allows... No, wait. does not allow the
Oh.
f4.
Oh, bishop coming to h5 check. That's
that is
going to be
brilliant, yeah.
This is
deadly, but I guess difficult to handle that one actually. Unless you want to live with your king.
knight g7 guarding h5. I mean, in some line, but then f6
But
falls.
then-
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Then f6 falls. And you don't
Okay,
have...
you can go bishop takes bishop, or maybe not, but rook d5 is one idea.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I kind of like the idea of going bishop takes bishop just to
Yeah.
get
to
rid of
simplify,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, take on rook d5.
Rook d5.
Takes, rook d5. And
I
then
have my fingers crossed that
there is
Rebecca
no...
Rock is
Yeah.
on a7. I'm blocking it with c7. Rook c7.
So rook takes knight. Still, like, again, one of those positions where you would assume anything is winning, and, or rather, you have at least one way, and still not so obvious.
Can I go rook a8?
So there was this line, right?
Rook a7.
Takes over here, and
d5, rook a7.
this one to a7.
Yeah, rook 1 a7, rook c7. Just take.
Does
one
check make any sense?
king. Okay, I missed that.
I mean, you might be like winning still after king, no, king f2, knight d1, king f3, king is safe, but we are not, such a lot of bishop e2 played. Okay, we'll see it, you know, in 3D scope with Dolby surround sound.
Queen.
Queen.
Hikaru pausing before capturing the bishop. I mean,
I think he took on e2.
oh, he took on e2.
He took on e2, which once again makes a lot of sense. Queen h5 is a big threat, which you can only stop by going rook d5. Okay, if we try to make our life simpler, if we go this, no, then rook c7. Yeah? And your point, if I get it correctly, was this and then this, right?
Yeah.
Which probably wins.
Well, you do have rook takes. Rook. Oh no, it's a check.
No, this one we do with a check. No, this one's probably winning, but then again there was this check on c1. Such a lot of tricks.
Can I go instead of rook a7 bishop g5?
That is nice.
G5 queen
Queen
h5.
h5. Yeah, if the pawn takes, it doesn't change much because it's queen h5, king f8. We can win.
Queen h6 even.
Just queen h6. Yes.
Yeah, I think this is the cleanest.
Yeah. Like knight f6 also wins? Question mark.
42 seconds.
Yeah, this one
Clock is
this one
ticking
wins as
down,
well, right?
And we have a
Yeah,
move.
might be.
Queen takes, we take, and rook a7.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Rook to d5 played.
Rook to d5 played. So critical move.
But bishop g5 king g6 I'm still not.
Bishop g5, king g6.
Oh, but then I take on e8 and take on f6.
Yeah, at the very least you can take. Not at the very least, it's just convincingly winning. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
king on g6. Almost one kind of makes me want to play knight g3, but yeah, rook e8 is good enough.
Actually, knight g3 is going with the tempo. Just queen h5 without
Yeah, could be
any.
winning.
Ooh. Well, our grandmasters have spotted bishop g5. Could you let go of the f6 square and go knight to g7?
Could I take on f6?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
then the
was
bishop,
hoping that-
I guess bishop takes, right?
Mm.
Bishop takes and looks
I was hoping
looks
for some
devastating.
tricky business like queen to c7.
c7,
Yes.
having checks.
Yeah, because you've got this one idea of rook c1 check.
But okay, I can go rook a7, rook 8 a7.
Oh, yes, okay.
And then, yeah, like
And then rook
definitely
c1, rooks. Even rook c1,
Rook
queen a7.
c1.
Yeah, rook c1.
And then,
rook
yeah.
takes c1, yeah, and queen takes, and that
Well,
should be.
it should-
Oh well, you're like still alive
I-
though, right? You did not lose
checkmated.
too much material.
But it's,
Wow.
not something to be necessarily proud about.
Yeah, such a complex game. Just quickly, may I bring the position from board 3 on the board? We will not analyze, just to look at it. Just to look at it.
It's over. Yeah.
It's over, right?
It is.
So white king is relatively safe. There is no checkmate. There is no perpetual check, and white kind of won all the pawns. So Erigesi is winning and very likely to become the sole leader before the last round.
Well, one game that we had written off as a draw is still very much in play. And
Which one?
Karthikeyan against Narayanan. And do you know these players?
Yeah,
Quite
pretty
well?
much all the Indian
All the Indians.
Grandmasters, we know each other. So.
Oh, okay.
All right. So what's
Would you say
happening
they all
here?
have like a similar style? Like they're all quite tactical, good at calculation? Or is there someone who you say, no, this one is a positional player?
I think there are all kinds of players. I mean, there are a lot of players, so there will be different styles, but mostly I would say it's... I played bishop f2.
Hikaru played bishop f2. Which,
Wonder if he spotted bishop g5 or he rejected it.
yeah, like bishop f2 is not obvious.
Yeah. But okay, the styles, I think it's mostly just tactical calculation.
Yeah. So would you say that is like the Indian school of chess?
Yeah,
Calculation.
kind of.
And we've seen a lot of the top Indian players here. They've come to the games extremely well prepared. Like, we saw Aditya Mittal just outclass Anish Giri early on in a sideline of a sideline. I mean, how much work does everyone put in on a daily basis?
I'm not sure about Aditya Mittal in general, but okay, I know some guys and they are all quite hardworking, but yeah, I can't speak for everyone, but yeah, I would assume in general everyone is quite...
Yeah. And how much work do you do on a normal day and at a chess tournament in preparation?
During the tournament, it's usually less, but at home, it's can't say how many hours. It depends on that specific day, but yeah, pretty much my entire day is revolving around chess.
Yeah.
Right.
And we do have some moves there. Hikaru, bishop f2.
Bishop f2, and I think it worked. The trick worked because of knight c4 you can capture, and queen h5 is still a devastating threat. And he has already captured on d4. Yeah.
And Pranav down to 25 seconds, and he retreats his knight. Okay, he's still alive though.
Knight.
I think it's knight d6 he's played.
Knight to d6. cd6, yes.
No, he can just go rook a7, rook c7, bishop b6 maybe.
Let's put it up. Rook
This one, yeah. So
c7.
there is no back rank ideas at all, right? There is no rook c1, there is no nothing, and then after this, yeah, bishop b6.
Or even take on c7.
Hikaru, did he do something?
No, he's looking in that direction.
Lagging a little bit behind, yeah.
We are, but the camera says it all, right? Hikaru poised to move that rook, and he's reaching for the a8 rook.
Okay, it should be the same, I think.
Yep, on the board.
Rook a8 to a7, I guess.
So you faced Hikaru many times. What's it like playing him?
Actually, not many times. In classical, it's only been once in Norway
Norway
chess.
chess, yeah.
It was a very complicated game. I was better, but I lost in the end. And I faced him in a chess.com match, which I also lost. But yeah, it's always great playing against him. He's one of the best players, and okay, he's in faster time controls. Of course, he's second to only Magnus. So,
Yeah. And what do you feel like Hikaru's greatest strength is?
I think his practical play is Just rook b7.
Rook b knight b7, rook b7, and he's gonna go here, and this will be the game.
Yeah.
And nicely done, Hikaru. Rook b7,
Yeah.
winning material.
What amazes me about Hikaru that he really combines it with a lot of streaming. And at some point, like a few years back, it felt like, okay, Hikaru is the streamer who occasionally plays the tournament, this and that, and then all of a sudden he starts playing those tournaments. He's still one of the best in the world, and that was very impressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I find that very impressive because, you know, he plays a chess game, he recaps afterwards. On his free day, he streams all day. But he seems to just win everything. You know, he won Norway Chess. Here he's playing well. He just seems to be getting better and better. And, well, Pranav taking the rook, but after rook a7, there we see handshake. Hikaru Nakamura wins, which means that he moves on to 6 points. And now everything is going to hinge on our 4 players on 5.5 points out of 7. Will Erigaisi be able to win? And the other question is, what is happening between Karthikeyan and Narayanan? So can we take a look at the Karthikeyan against Narayanan
Yeah,
first?
Erigaisi is completely winning. I want to say, like, way too many pawns.
There's a lot of pawns.
Way too many pawns. And on board 5, still has to be, honestly, still has to be a draw. But yeah, some difficulties, right?
Who is better here, actually?
Yeah.
I mean, who is pushing for the win, rather?
If we were to kind of rewind here, I think a move like rook f8 means that it's black who decided to try, right? Because, I mean, you could have captured here, and white has to go for perpetual. Queen before you give like billion checks. You cannot lose, pretty much.
Yeah.
So it was black who tried to play, and I don't know if he has any chance.
Equal.
Yeah, probably equal.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you, Gukesh, for joining us in the studio and sharing with us your thoughts and your analysis as well. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here. And I'd like to wish you good luck in tomorrow's game.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we will be back after like a very short technical break.
Yeah, we will be taking a break, so see you in just a second.
I wanna feel a feeling just like this. I wanna feel more feelings
And we are back as everyone has made the time control. They've got that 30-minute time bonus and can now settle in and just enjoy, or maybe try and save the positions that they have on the board. But in the meantime, we did have several results. So let's take a look at today's results. As we saw, Hikaru Nakamura moves to 6 points after that very tactical win against Pranav. And there we can see beautiful playing arena. And Magnus Carlsen went back to winning ways with a victory over Gregory Kaidanov. And also we saw Yavokir Sindarov and Yakubov also moved to 6 points with their peaceful draw. But there was a win for Nodirbek Abdusatorov. He beat his old trainer Yak Vahidov, and also a win for Gukash, as we saw against Robbie Kevlishvili. So that means, as it stands, there are 4 players on 6 points. And everything is going to hinge on those 4 players on 5.5 points. First up, Arjun Erigaisi against David Paravian. So can we see what happened there? Because there were an awful lot of pawns for white. But when we left it, the situation was far from clear.
Yeah. Yeah, let's wait for, for the board, the analysis board to appear, and we'll quickly run through the game. And I guess, something around that point, I think, that was the last time we've seen this game. White, kind of kindly offers to trade the rooks, like says now. Rook b to c1. And I think that this is where it starts, the problem with the light square bishop, right? So knight to e8, and that's already kind of sad news. You have to move the knight back. Rook d4, and then rook goes to b4. Bishop a6, rook b4, e5, rook c5, f6. And somehow, believe it or not, but in the next, in kind of time scramble that followed, white literally managed to capture all the pawns and preserve his own pawns. So check, I will not be stopping on this like in full detail, but rook h6, the knight's hanging again, and it's a check. First attacks the knight, has to go to c8, and it's a check, and has to go to b8, and it's rook h5, and takes another pawn. Finally, black manages to take one of those, rook d5, check here, and then again you can't take this one because rook b5, and after knight a7, rook d2. I think the rooks are... and he just resigned after rook d2.
He just resigned, and that means Erigaisi takes the sole lead with 6.5 points. So going in tomorrow's game is going to be absolutely critical, because if he wins, that's it. He could walk away with $25,000 and the trophy and being crowned winner of the Qatar Masters Open 2023. So we also saw that there was a decisive result for Nodirbek Abdusatorov. He beat Vahidov. How did that happen?
By the way, Abdusatorov might be Erigaisi's next opponent because the colors match, and he's one of the top-rated in this group of pursuers on 6 points. I don't know, like how much we have to go back in this game. There was one fun moment which I thought I'll share with you. Here, Queen f2, rook e8. And like knight f5 looks like a tactic from from the kids' book, but knight f5 was not played because queen e2, you take it with a check, rook takes, and then knight f4, and all of a sudden it's black who is winning. You've been clever. You came up with this like tactic, and you lose at the end. Right. So instead, in a couple of moves, they've reached this endgame, and it's I would say already clear that if anyone's better, it's black in the end game, right? And then, like exchange was lost here, and very last funny moment was, like black is able to avoid losing material. So the knight on h5 is pinned, but so is the bishop on e2. Right, so now rook h5, it's rook h5, and after f5 there is one but sufficient move, knight to g7.
Very nice finish.
Knight g7, yeah, you take my rook, I take your rook, and then doesn't matter where the pawn's trying to promote, it can be stopped. So.
And Nordibek Abdustorov playing a very fine game against Vahidov. Well, and we just saw from the camera there that a draw has been agreed on board 5 between Kathikian and Narayanan. And that means that they are on 6 points.
So it is official then. Erigaisi is the sole leader.
Yeah, this is,
Yes.
Yes. Then Sindarov, Yakuboyev, Kartikian, Narayanan, 6. Abdusatorov, 6. Nakamura, 6. And 2 games going. Seturaman, Maksudlu, Shimanov, Oparin. The winner in any of those will be on 6 points.
Exactly. So far we have 6 players on 6, just Erigaisi in 6.5. And let's check out Sethurman against Maksudlu.
yeah,
And
there has been a turn of events. Yeah, it's looking like it, because I think before we saw White was standing better, but now I'm not really sure unless someone can tell me the evaluation of this position.
It's still super tricky, I want to say. Still super tricky. I don't know what was happening in the end game. I'm just like, not even looking at the position, but just at the scoreboard, a score sheet. I mean, at some point, the pawn got to b3, which was nowhere near when we were looking at the position last time. Right, that at some point g6 and, like f6. So it was all messy. And let's just check the current position after knight 6, rook e4.
It's still +3 for White.
+3 with a move like knight d4 or...
Many moves. You can play bishop. Sorry, not bishop, but king c2. You can play knight takes a5. You can also play rook a7, so you're not limited to only one option.
So it's kind of tricky, but white is much better, right?
And if you, so let's just look at grabbing material, because...
Knight a5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
although the king c2 is also pretty tempting, because if the knight moves, we do have rook to d8, which is also going to win
Yes,
things.
that's a pleasant one to play. If the other knight moves, though...
Yes, so that's complicated.
Oh,
Yeah, well, we have
bishop e6.
check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have
Yeah.
a check.
Also rook g1.
Check and rook
move rook
d2.
g1 first.
Yeah, we could start with rook g1. Black won't be that kind, I guess. Won't blunder a checkmate, so rook g4.
Then I guess
f1, who knows.
f1.
He already captured the pawn.
Yeah.
The
I think
simpler, the
this was
better.
the most natural move.
Yeah. And like one of the points could be that yes, white will have 3 passed pawns, right? And if you take then maybe knight c4 to kind of cut off the rook from the center, from the king side. Not saying it's the best move, but like one of the moves that I'd be
Could you
looking at.
also go b4? Or,
b4
yeah, although there's
could
some,
be, but then like second rank, maybe still it
As
just
well as rook
works.
takes knight there.
Maybe still just works. Yeah. Sorry, that's a horsey hanging. Yeah, b4, knight b4, rook d8.
Checkmate.
Okay, let's finish this game like this in 2 moves.
So that a5 happened on the board.
Yeah, but wait. But if rook a4 is not possible,
But you can first of all throw in knight 4 to f2.
knight 4 to f2.
I
Yes.
think it's knight gf2.
Yeah,
cheated.
where did I come from this knight 4 to f2? That's a new one for me, right?
Now, it can be knight 4 to f2.
If the other knight is...
Like 4 to f2. No, it cannot be. Interestingly, I'm thinking, 4 to f2 cannot be. Knight 3 to f2 can be.
there has to be like...
Yeah, knight on d3 and knight to d1, and then you go to f2. So knight d to f2 doesn't make
It has
sense.
to be go. G0, not G1. The other knight has to be on G0.
Anyway, that's a niche joke that no one's going to understand
I'm
on the
going to blame
broadcast.
it on this whole R2D2 because when I saw it happen, I was like, oh, look.
No one's
Okay.
going to get this joke.
Yeah, actually, I did this joke in Baku. I forgot who I was commentating it with because I commentated with 4 or 5 different person. And yeah, unfortunately, yeah, my co-commentator didn't get it. I was like, ooh, R2D2.
Knight A5. So, yeah, like knight F2 we said could be one way of dealing with it. I guess that's what he's
Is that
going
play?
to do.
Is that moving?
I don't know. I'm kind of lagging behind a little bit.
No, the knight's
Knight A5, he's still,
No,
still.
there
Like
is
he
a
did.
move. He took on A4.
He took the pawn. Yeah, he took the pawn on A4. That's right. And then the more I look at it, the more I like B2, B4. Kind of arrest this rook.
wow.
And according to the engine, best move
Bravo.
on the board. And after knight G to F2,
Yeah.
then
What's after that? Bishop H6.
bishop H6 check makes
Knight
so much
G
sense.
to
And then
F2.
king.
And knight C6. You're sacrificing the rook, but there is a mate on E7.
Oh, very nice.
Which can't be stopped
But
because
if you
this
run with the
one's-
king to G8, then okay, let's just put on the mate on the board, please.
Yeah, knight D1, rook to E7. Look, again, bishop, knight, and rook. That's all you need.
That is the golden trio.
There was also the setup in the game between Magnus versus Karthikeyan yesterday.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And if rook,
Check, and you go
king
back,
G8, rook
right?
G1 and go back.
You're still, you're still fighting. Because, black also has some ideas, like even at some point, like capturing on B4 can be a bit murky.
It's kind of annoying, isn't it, that you want to go king C2. It doesn't work because rook A2. Check.
King C2, but wait, it does, no? You go here, and then
And
you
check
go...
on
Yeah, you
C2.
go... You actually play the endgame, no? You go forward, and after that...
That's
you,
very brave of you,
you
Miro.
go... Come on. It's the endgame. The king has to participate.
That's true.
That's what I was told. I mean, brave would be if I would go here, which might be a better move, and go to E6 and checkmate. But I'm a chicken. I go to B5 because I know it's a lot of my guys, and they will protect my king. Anyway, I don't know how and if this line is any relevant.
And there is a move, knight C4 is on.
Knight C4, Miro's move, pensioner's move, not B4. Not a brave move, Joey. Pensioner's
But
move.
keeping everything under control still.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
And talking about keeping everything under control, can we look at the game between Shimonov and Oparin?
Right. So I think it's been this for quite a while already. Like pretty much move 18 or something. This exchange was won in this crazy position, right? And this was the last time we've seen, and also the last time kind of the character of the position has changed. So there've been some, pieces exchanges and so on and so on. Let's concentrate on how it looks now. So a pawn for an exchange. White, like, I mean, maybe White's chances are not that bad. I'm looking at it. Or
I mean,
can this be dangerous?
okay, yeah, put the rook on H8. I like that move because it threatens the very basic rook H3 check
And take on
and take on F4.
Take on F4, yeah. And maybe what White does is knight to F3. So now, like knight D4, knight G5 is a threat. And after rook H3, he can go king
F2.
F2, which I'm not very happy with, but at least, there is a cheapo.
No, but it's a
The
good cheapo because
knight
knight
G5,
D4 is still very much on the cards. And if you move the king?
To d7. And that's perhaps what I was referring to when I said like white has good chances to make a draw. Maybe I throw in knight e5 first, right? And then king goes.
And then f6.
F6.
Knight d3 with a check though, right? f6, knight d3 with a check, and I go king g2, and I say, haha. Because f7 is a threat and the rook's hanging. And after this, I go here, and yeah, f7 is a big threat. Yeah, I mean, it will go on like this. So white having chances to save, and black having ideas to win.
Okay, but that line is pretty concrete, so after...
Again, rook f8.
So maybe rook h8 is completely incorrect.
Ah, you
Another
mean
move
if white
indeed.
saves, yeah?
So if...
There was like strangely, I don't know if there is anyone who would play this, but
Takes with the pawn.
is this one any... Yeah, but that's what I want. No, I don't want it. Forget it. I don't want it. I changed my mind.
Well, I was thinking knight h4,
Yeah, that's right.
but I didn't have a good answer after knight.
Like the b3
Knight
then,
b3,
right? And
right.
all this
And
like knight c5,
c5 is coming.
knight c5, knight d4. Yeah, it could be that rook h8 is like the best we can do. Wait, but since we discovered this knight b3, could it be that knight b3 is...
Yeah, but then you have rook h3 check. And there's no... It's very important to have that possibility of
d4.
forking the rook and the king.
Takes, right, knight c5, king goes. Yeah, this one, I thought like, you know, it's a little bit less ambitious attempt to make a draw just by eliminating all the pawns, but it might actually work.
Rook h8 is on the board already.
Rook h8 is on the board, so he definitely gonna try this one. So these are pretty much the only two games that we pay attention to right now, right? Because
Well, they're very important to the standings because they will determine how many players are in shared second place with 6 points.
Yeah, has to be said, 2,700 players. Well, most of them made it to the, you know, kind of top of the table before the last round, but still they've lost a lot of ELO points, like combined, right?
How many?
Yesterday, Anish told me that top 10 seeded in this tournament altogether donated more than 75 ELO points. With, say, Nakamura not doing all that bad, so that there are like examples of people perhaps even gaining rating.
But he was Hikaru was losing rating. But not
He was
by much.
losing rating.
Yeah.
And I think after today's win,
He's probably not
he's
losing,
probably not losing anymore.
yeah. But why I've started all this?
Yeah, still.
Look, why I've started all this? Because I looked at the lower boards, and Jordan won 4 rest after yesterday's terrible defeat. He could not win today with white and had to settle for another draw, which means, yeah, he lost even more rating
He was
points.
losing he was on minus 13.
Even though, looking at the position, I don't believe it cannot be a draw.
Yeah, I think white is better, right?
White's winning. No. I think it's just a wrong result.
Or
For one for rest. No, it's just a wrong result because E7 wins on the very next move.
Well, on the chess result, it is a draw too.
But it has to be corrected. Because the position is winning.
Yeah,
Why would you agree a draw in a winning position? The position is winning. Next move is E7. Right. So I was just surprised, you know. But yeah, maybe we should tell the arbiters after we are done with the broadcast.
Yep. And okay, some moves happened on this position. I mean, on this game, Seth Roman versus Max Blue. So after,
Let's see for Rook A8. Rook A8. I don't know what does that mean, but white went rook h7 and rook a4 back, attacking the knight. So this is where I would expect white to have some, I don't know, some threatening enough move with the knight so that he's able to pick up the h5 pawn.
Like b3, not b2 maybe?
Or b3, yeah.
Because you want to get some background.
Yeah, like, oh, by the way, like what happens after b3? Don't I just, like, win this guy?
You do.
Yeah, that's
Seems so.
If rook a6, you can even... What can you play here?
Take the pawn.
Take the pawn, yeah.
Was part of the plan all the way. I mean, it could be like you take the pawn and... Ah, no, wait.
Hang on, the rook has to... Okay, yeah, I was thinking about going f5.
To cutting it off,
Yeah,
right?
cutting it off, but of course you can put the knight, the rook back on h7.
Yeah, so that's exactly like rook wants to be kind of shifted on the 5th rank, but also can return to the 7th rank. b3, what else can be done? We don't trust this kind of exchange sacrifices now. Like rook c4, bc4, no.
The only other move that I can see is king to...
King g8, but,
Okay,
but then still we take the pawn, right? So that's what I would think.
Again, no way to cut the rook off.
Which makes it a bit surprising. I mean, which makes his rook a8 a bit surprising. b3. No, there must be something. I mean, knowing Maksudlo, even if his position is bad, I don't think he will lose that easily. So let's say we drop the rook back. This takes.
Knight gf2.
Yeah, like knight f2, knight e4 maybe. Not sure where this rook goes. f1.
Yep. It's as good as any.
Yeah, and then we take the bishop. If king takes, we hope for this check, right? Oh, the other check. The other check is better. Yeah, rook a1. I'm sorry. I'm losing it. Rook c1, and then I was thinking knight e4, and maybe there is some hope.
But the king will just step up to b2.
King b2.
Or rook a5 is fine too.
Rook a5? No, but then we'll take this guy, right? At least.
Ah, right.
No,
Yeah,
king b2.
King b2
And
then...
oh wait, check. Still, I'm fighting. I'm only one pawn down after rook a2 exclamation mark. This might be still lost, but you know, closer and closer to exchanging all the pawns. Yeah, let's say. Already can see some scenarios like this. This knight is traded for this pawn, and kind of put the rook behind and push the f pawn, and maybe. So in one absolutely unforced and unnecessary line, we made it look like possibly black is getting, getting some draw chances. So, which probably means that black's lost and white has to be careful, and that's it. Okay. Is knight e3 an idea by any chance? So this guy's hanging. Or even, like, is bishop e3? No, bishop e3 is nonsense, right? Or not. Can bishop e3 be the move?
No.
Or this is, I'm probably playing with fire.
You can
just take on c4.
Yeah, but then rook takes d3. And
You're
then you go here.
Yeah, king g.
So my original point, maybe I have to show it, right?
Yes,
Original point was like a check, and then a check, and we win the rook, and very likely, from that point on, very likely win the game. But here, after king g8, I know, What am I thinking? I mean, it's still a checkmate on d8, right? So
Yeah, but if
yeah.
I play rook c8, and how are you going to untangle yourself from the pin?
I don't know. I won't. I'll cry in a corner.
Or maybe a better move is rook e7? So that you can have, I don't know.
After this, yeah, like rook e7. But then I thought, yeah,
king
that's why I didn't play rook e7, because I thought you'll be kind of going
Yeah,
after
right,
this rook.
right.
No, forget. I'm trying to be
Play
smart.
d3.
I'm trying to be smart and kind of each next try is kind of worse and worse. So, b3, but it was first reaction. Yes,
B3.
defend the knight.
Yeah, b3 is very natural.
Defend the knight, attack the rook.
Okay, so the line that you came up with, Miro, which actually seemed very relevant. Rook a6, immediately played by Parham.
Rook h5, knight
Rook
f2.
h5, knight f2. And the whole point is that you just go to e4 and attack the soft spot on c4.
Kind of, yeah, like taking the bishop and going knight e4.
And what would be the response after a move like rook f1?
But still capturing
On
c1.
c1.
I think that's what
Yeah.
we are.
We saw this.
Yeah, we
That's
saw
what
this,
we were
right?
doing. Yeah.
And
Takes and knight e4.
Knight e4. Yeah. Because black king is also kind of weak. But the moment we capture on h5, we've lost this potential to play for checkmate, right? And black's faster with his counterplay.
And what about your idea of intercepting? So instead of rook takes h5, bishop e.
Bishop e3
Three.
here.
Yeah, bishop e3, knight e3, one of those.
No, but then I'm
There's
afraid
no
we are getting like
checkmate.
here. We are not getting checkmated, but are we happy with? No, maybe we do. Knight
You can also-
e1, rook 8. Yeah.
Yeah, looks
Yeah.
dangerous.
It is very dangerous. Okay. So that doesn't work.
This
then
check, this
F2.
check.
Knight f2 and whoops.
Almost. This is almost a checkmate, or maybe it is a checkmate, right? The e3 is covered.
Yep.
Oof, I'm losing it, honestly. Like it's hard.
King c1 still. Okay.
Yeah,
and
no,
then
but
knight-
then it's discovered. Yeah, now it's discovered. So we
And
take
his
control of
black
the
that
second.
got checkmated, not white. Okay, well, let's not do that to white's position.
Rook a6. But really, like, can we do something?
What about if you just go b4?
Yeah. So the only worry that we had was knight f2 and then jumping to e4. Yes, and I'm
Yeah,
kind of. That's why I keep silent.
okay.
Maybe we can find some way not to get
What about if you go
Yeah,
bishop?
the
Move the
a-
bishop. Bishop to...
a3 check all of a sudden.
Yeah, let's
King
put it there.
g8.
King g8.
Now you can take on
Yeah,
h5.
like let's take.
And there's a check on g1, yeah, if knight moves.
Yes.
If knight moves, there is a check on g1, which kind of wins
I
me
think it's
another
gonna-
tempo. Yeah.
Yeah. He took on h5.
After rook a6, he took on h5.
It's on the board.
All right. Took on h5. So this looks like a slight chance. Again, knight f2. Well, the thing is, like, you don't play knight f2. What do you play? You're 2 pawns down, and sky is falling.
And let's go over to Shimanov's game against Oparin, because whilst this one is still very much murky, this game has clarified completely.
So yeah, rook h8, he did go knight b3 and not knight f3. And then after this check, yes, that was the line that we thought would not work, right? Knight here, rook here, and rook to d7, guarding this c7 pawn. But for how long can he save this pawn? Taking into account that, yeah, white kind of consolidated. And the a-pawn is, quite possibly a-pawn is running forward.
Yeah. So, what is our
I would think White has like very good chances to make a draw. Practical chances anyway. Just knight c5 and push the pawn. Or maybe start by going a4 and then...
Okay, well, guess what? There are so few pieces on the board that table base has been enacted and it is a draw.
Yeah. Which makes it scary usually. Like when you, you know, when you play something but that you know it's in a table base, then you would think, okay, there must be like one move which leads to a draw and the other one doesn't. And I don't know, for me it would have like, you know, some sort of a brain paralysis effect. If someone would tell me your position is winning or, I don't know, draw according to table base, and still you have to find solutions.
But the thing is, though, White does have a very simple plan of
Moving the
a-pawn.
Mhm.
I mean, top choice is just to go
a4.
and then you back that up with
yeah.
knight c5.
Not very sophisticated.
No,
Yeah.
it's and unless for some reason White completely just loses it and does something illogical, then this should be a draw.
So it's relatively straightforward. Just push the pawn, put the knight on c5, yeah?
Yeah. I don't even think you need to put the knight on.
b8, c6.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to go to c5. I mean, the main thing is you just push the pawn.
He played king b5.
He played king to b5.
So he wants to get this c7 pawn, like right away.
Yep.
Well, this is a step in the wrong direction, but still a draw.
Let's see. Knight e6.
Knight e6, yeah, king c...
Yeah, king c6.
Six,
rook
I
h7,
guess.
let's say.
Rook h7.
And then bishop a5 maybe.
Oh, wait a sec.
Well,
After knight e6, is knight c5 an immediate draw?
well, king c6 is apparently a mistake.
Is it?
Yeah.
Would lose.
Yeah, well, whether it would lose,
Crazy.
I don't know, but it's rook to d4.
Very
Like you can't take on c7.
Yeah, you-
That's the trick, yeah. Fair enough. But yeah, but how about knight c5?
After knight c5,
Because I thought I'm pretty much
you
forced
would
to
also be struggling after rook to d5.
rook to d5.
And then king c6.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. So then you'd go rook d6 check.
King b7.
The king would be...
Yeah,
going
rook
to be-
b6.
Then rook b6.
And if you go king a7, then knight d4 and knight c6, and you're in a corner and
Yeah. Like, you don't want to be doing this with the king.
rough. No. Maybe let's go back to our plan of advancing the a-pawn then. Somewhat easier.
That
Yeah.
is, again,
Is
the
this the
plan
draw?
that is going to secure the draw. Yeah, as long as you recognize that the best thing is to do is to push the a-pawn.
Yeah, but what he does is understandable, right? I mean, he wants to get rid of the c7 pawn, which is the last danger on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on the other game, it went to the line that we already discussed.
Seturaman Maksudlo.
Yeah.
Look, so after knight f2, rook f1, knight takes c1, rook takes c1, we do get this position that we
Yes.
had in our analysis,
and
right?
then e4 was the move.
Knight e4 was the move.
And if king b2, check
King
on
b2,
f2.
yeah, it's a check.
Rook c2.
This and rook a2 check.
Yeah, and actually,
It's probably not a big advantage for white anymore.
it's not a
after
big
knight
advantage.
e4.
In fact, taking the pawn on h5 is a mistake.
Mhm.
And the move that he should have played was the move that we eventually came up with,
Bishop
bishop
a3.
a3.
A check on a3, So, and what happens now after knight e4? Because I think Irene's rook a5 could be a good move.
Yeah, rook
I'm
a5
not
is
sure.
good, king b2, but you know.
Yeah, but
when
it's not
computer
much
is
then.
saying plus 0.2.
No,
Although we should-
that's pretty much. a
Although we
draw.
should really investigate, like, King B2
Yeah, but that's
or Rook A5. Okay, it doesn't really matter.
K5, I guess you take, and then you take probably with the knight.
King B2 played.
Yep.
So let's focus our attentions
King
on that.
B2. Well, but yeah, I'm guessing he might have missed this Rook A2 thing, because other than that, you could kind of
Rook A2.
here, but then Knight B2, and this is something that you could have missed. Or rather,
King
with
D3
white.
as well.
King D3? Ah, no, there is no Knight C5,
Yeah,
sorry.
there's-
Yeah, I'm ashamed. I thought, like,
But you do
Knight
have
B2
knight
is the
F3
only...
check.
Knight B2 is
Yeah,
the
but
only...
they
But
just
yeah, then
want King D4.
yeah, whenever the king
King C5.
escapes the checks, it's 2 pawns, right?
Yeah,
I
and
thought Knight C5 and then take this one.
it's
But Rook
all
A2,
over
of
the board.
course.
It's happening. Rook A2, King takes A2, Rook takes C2.
So it's a check, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing it's a fair chance Maksudlu's gonna save this one. And please not Rook and Knight against Rook, please. No.
Somehow I don't think we're going to see that.
King
Okay,
A3.
King A3.
So King A3.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the other game, and so far still no move after Knight E6.
And, well, we also have to just pay attention to Sethuraman's clock. It's down to 3 minutes and 41 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all he will have for the rest of the game, right?
Yeah, no more increment.
No more time bonus. He will just be dependent on that 3 minutes and 30 seconds and that 30-second move increment that he
Yeah.
gets.
Look, I'm guessing here it's not that hard for black to make a draw. And in a way, it's not so different from Shimanov's game. You put the rook behind the h-pawn and you start moving your f-pawn, kind of being very happy to trade it for one of the white pawns, because for the other one you can trade the knight. In a schematic way, it's very... I mean, it's understandable how exactly you achieve a draw. There might be some tricks in the way, but yeah. I wonder if rook f5 is still kind of...
What a fantastic resource, though, from Maksudlu.
Yep.
And he spotted this pretty quickly, right?
He did not give up. Yeah, that was quite important.
And there's a move there. Sethuraman just played. I think it's King B2.
King B2.
Mm-hmm.
But then you go rook
Move
H.
somewhere.
Rook
Yeah?
h3,
I
get
would
behind
guess.
the pawn.
H3.
And what happened if I just, let's say,
If you start pushing.
yeah,
oh,
keep pushing the pawn because that's the advantage.
Right. Well, the pawn, interestingly, is running pretty fast. And there might be issues with with this part of a plan when I was exchanging it for a knight, because knight is all of a sudden is relatively silly on e4.
If you do go
G.
b5, black can go knight to c3.
3. Aha, so
And
that's why I
then
go
go
here.
knight to-
yeah,
so that's why
right
you
here.
move the king.
I just go king g7. I'm planning king g6, kick this rook away.
And we do
And-
have some moves.
You're-
Now I sport it, yeah, after b5 I just go here. Well, this would be a draw, right? So you
Yes.
go b6, and I give a check. I take this guy, and this is
And now-
just a draw.
Hang on,
King g6,
guys.
king
There
g6.
is rook c3 and the knight on c4 is hanging.
Well, yes, but
Details, Irene.
details, but yeah, but who cares? I'm sorry, but yeah, I mean, it would still be a draw after that. And yes, white had to go to a2, right?
Yeah.
Not c2, not to blunder the knight. Why I was hasty to illustrate that yes, black does make a draw in this line, but
And
you're right, king c2 was
Aram was
clumsy.
picking up the king.
So yes, we are here, and after king g7, maybe white has to look for something else. But yeah, what can you do? Like the knight's great, everything. King
Yeah.
g7. King g7's on the board. King g7's
Yeah.
on the board.
Yeah, white is no longer winning, and in fact, the rook might be trapped.
Did he play
I
b5?
think
He did.
actually played.
He did play b5, and then after knight c3, Looks like it's just a draw.
There's also knight g3, if, you know, I don't know.
Knight
But I like knight c3, of course.
3 b6, right? And this is where
We lose.
maybe non-zero chance we lose. So it's better to avoid this thing. Yeah.
Hang on, what is Param playing?
King
King
g6.
g6.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. b6. What do we? What
What
have
did I
we?
miss here?
Yeah, like what have we done to our position? Ah, beautiful. I take, and I go here
And rook b3.
and knight c5.
Or you can go knight c5
sorry.
immediately too.
Yeah,
Just
but
to be a bit fast.
wait a second. Here, black technically is a pawn up because h4 is also hanging. Yeah, in the other line, yes.
Oh, right, yeah.
But yeah, right you are. So this pawn is not promoting.
So
King g6 is just as good.
it's a brilliant
King
resource
g6
as
is
well. And to see this beautiful rook b3 check.
Yeah.
So rook h8 has to be played.
Rook h8, and then
And then I guess you can...
I mean you
c3.
can do the same, right? Like go to c3. White's still kind of forced to go b6. So it's not too different.
Yeah, and knight a4 and takes.
Take this pawn and then take the other one.
Right.
What a save from Max Hidlu.
Yeah, and so we are expecting 2 draws in the
Those are last, yeah, like
in the
last.
2 last boards on the top 10 boards. Okay, and we can see at the playing hall it's getting empty and empty. People already finished playing and getting ready for the last round tomorrow.
Which, by the way, starts 2 hours earlier.
2 rounds earlier, yeah.
2 rounds earlier. Yeah, you see, I mean,
2 hours early.
I don't know what I'll be. Yeah. Like,
Yeah, 2 hours earlier. I mean, do you think this will have a significant impact on the players?
There might be.
on some,
On
I
some,
believe.
yeah.
Like, there are guys who would wake up at 12, seriously, at noon, and then, have like brunch or whatever, maybe just coffee and a cookie, and go to play, right? And here you're forcing them to kind of shift the routine 2 hours earlier, which is really very hard.
Yeah, because some players, like you mentioned, they've timed it so that they wake up 2 hours before the start
Before
of
the game, yes,
Because the whole point is that your brain is at its peak.
kind of super fresh.
Yeah,
right?
2 hours after waking up.
I've never heard that. I might copy the routine.
It's very unhealthy, though.
It is.
It is, well, it is very healthy if you kind of live the kind of like 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. lifestyle. But yeah, if you're kind of waking up at 1 p.m., that's not so easy.
So rook h8 is on the board. I'm still wondering why not knight c3, which is still seemingly still good enough, right? Knight c3. Oh, no, wait a sec. So now there is h5 move.
And then after King G7?
And after King G7 there is this move, and since the rook guards the knight, it cannot take
Yeah,
h5.
you can take B5 and then King H6.
Yes. Right. Then King h6, and we will be sitting here for another. That's something that I was trying to avoid. Something that I was trying to avoid. It'd be much better if this would not happen.
We'll see. And Knight C3 is on the board.
Knight 3 is on the board, yes. But yeah, but there is no difference. Like b6 also pretty much forced leads to knight and rook against the rook.
And yes,
Knight c3 is
H5.
play. He did play h5. Yeah.
H5. King G7.
He did play h5, King g7.
Yeah, we're pretty much dictating what they have to play.
Yeah, so I'd say, even though king g6 was a nice flashy move, but perhaps knight c3
Just seal the deal. Yeah.
was a tad more precise.
Rook b8.
But yeah, but it doesn't matter. So king g7, rook goes to b8.
No.
There is no other, no other move. Maybe there is other move, but do you need other move? Hang on a
Also,
second.
what happened after you just knight a4?
Yeah. Is it some funny perpetual check then?
But why not just accept the rook knight versus rook, which you know is going to be
Yeah, but
drawn?
yeah, fair enough. But can you kind of say, I don't want to defend this one, and instead, because how does white make progress after knight? I mean, you cannot stop me from getting
Abraham did it. Knight a4.
Knight a4, yeah.
Knight a4.
But wait, but if I want to, I can still have my rook and knight. Yeah, king a1.
Where's the king going?
King a1.
I guess rook takes h5.
Now you can take on h5.
Yeah. knight a5. King
I was
a2.
looking at this like, some perpetuals or pseudo perpetuals, in fact, and there is just rook h5. So you're absolutely
king a2 is on
right.
the board, and
Check.
now Parham is
King a2, you give check back. Yeah, that's what I
back,
thought.
yes.
That's what I thought. You just give a check back. And king a1 is funny.
and rook h2.
Rook h2.
Threatening for mate.
Yeah.
And maybe black is winning. After
No,
that.
but
Okay,
guys,
they
we
drew.
have a result. They did, in fact, agree a draw. And what a save by Parham there.
Yes.
He was in
Yeah.
trouble since the opening. I think I even saw on the engine it was +5 for white at some point.
Yeah,
That's
what
some
was dominating this
magnificent
game? Yeah.
creativity from the Iranian player.
Makes me
to
feel
hold
better.
the draw.
Yeah, makes me feel better about my own games.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
No, I mean, it just goes to show, you don't give up.
You don't give up.
And Maksudli, they're displaying a lot of grit and a lot of resilience to hold the draw. And so that means that both Suthuraman and Maksudli are on 5.5 points. And still 6 players in second place with 6 points. And it is Erigaisi in the sole lead with 6.5 points. And now we are going to go to Shimanov against Oparin.
The only
The
game
only other game that,
which is still going.
ongoing that has an impact on the standings. And these two players have got 5 points. So if Oparin wins with the black pieces, well, then he will be on 6 points as well.
Yep. And after rook c1, I think white is trying to make knight c5 work. Try to
Yeah.
trade one piece, and then and he did. He
Knight
just
c5. He did play knight c5, yeah.
and then push the a pawn. So yeah, this should be drawn very soon, unless black is being
Yeah,
a
like
bit stubborn.
he can try to be stubborn.
By playing
Say
c4 maybe.
c4, yeah, I thought so, but then king b5, right? And maybe, just maybe, okay, you move it. Maybe the c7 pawn is still.
You know, they accidentally fell into the worst line earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
So we looked at this position.
King c6,
and we
right?
concluded king c6 was very natural, but the computer told us that after rook to d4,
It was.
it was like -1 for black plus, so
Yeah, but then again, since you've mentioned that it's what? It's the table base.
It is
yeah,
the
so
table
this
base, yeah.
this doesn't really matter. So it's a table base for those who might be not familiar with. It's
Yeah.
started not so long ago. It's pretty much, it was first created for 5 pieces on the board, then 6, 7, and now even some 8 pieces. So table base means you throw a random position on the board, right, with 2 kings and 5 other pieces, for instance, for 7-man table base, and it will give you not the evaluation but the result. So it's either going to be it's a draw or checkmate in blah blah blah.
It's basically just worked it all out, you know.
Yeah,
so few
absolutely.
pieces on the board. It can calculate absolutely everything. And yeah, you're right. Now it is a draw. Whereas after rook to d4, that was black's one chance to nurture an advantage.
Rook c4 and king b5 now, yeah?
Okay, so if rook c4, then yeah, you can even go bishop a3. What? Is the computer right? Saying, is there something wrong? A5 it was saying as well. No. That
Yeah, A5 is a draw, right?
No.
Why?
No draw for that. But after rook c4, it says bishop a3, king
No,
b5.
a5 is thick on b4, why?
Knight e6,
Knight e6 and then...
king e6, king c7, rook a4, king b6, king d8. Yes,
Yeah, it's not a...
it's not a draw.
But its preferred way of defending is just simply to go bishop a3.
And say there is like nothing.
There is nothing. And I guess a5, a6 is coming.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to see the endgame rook versus bishop later? And waiting for 50 minutes?
Well, hopefully not, because the king will be also kind of close to the best corner, right? A king on a8, bishop on a7, and you just defend it like that.
So by best corner, we should really clarify what that means.
Yeah, okay, let me just show what I mean by that. Let's say something like this happens, and yeah, you are not forced to go into a corner, right? I mean, you can stand, but this is kind of good enough. So say, I don't know how to make it. Like here, 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 here. And it's good enough for a draw.
Yeah, because the
So
king
it's
is
a
another
check, I block, and it's always
color corner.
always a stalemate, right? And the only stupidity that you can do with white is like, yeah, black will be shuffling around, like doing this, not letting give a check, and then if accidentally you go to c5 in this case, you'll lose after that. So there is always this motif of giving a check, attacking the bishop, but that's the only square where bishop doesn't have a check on a diagonal. Like with bishop here, it'll be same, but then it'll be check, right? With bishop here, it'll be same, but will be check. So that's the only square to avoid. Yeah, I don't know why I'm showing this.
No, it's actually
It won't happen.
handy.
It won't happen.
But it's actually super handy because I don't think I was aware of that rule. I think I would have figured it out.
Yeah, but
But
like
it's nice, you know, because usually these type of positions happens when you don't
on
have that
seconds and you're tired.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
so if
exactly.
you know, like mechanical way of
Exactly. you
shuffle
just-
around. You don't put it. Okay, this is a bad square. All the others are good squares.
Exactly. Meanwhile, if you have a big, you know, red flag on that square, you're like, okay, I'm not going to go there.
Yeah, for like millisecond on this position, I almost had a heart attack. Like, what? Knight d3 is there, but okay, it's a pin. Knight is pinned, so knight d3 is not an option.
Wait a
Like,
second.
why did white play a5 if knight
I
d3 was there?
don't understand something. It's black to move, right?
Is this
So if he does that, is it an actual position? One.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Um,
King d4 and then losing the knight on c5?
I'm sorry. I mean, what is this? Is it real?
It is.
and
King d4. Wait, is some bishop a3 possibly?
after king d4,
Bishop
you just go
a3.
bishop a3, yeah.
No, because I thought a6. That's exactly what I thought. Like knight c5. And,
a6 is still a draw.
and a7 here. Yeah.
Oh wow.
A7 here.
Wow.
Yep.
And you hide and yeah.
That's a beautiful line. And so let's show it after you put your king on b7
Yeah,
and
Say this check, for instance, right?
And king b7.
I mean, I think we have to kind of explain the trick that the knight cannot stop the pawn, right? So this pawn costs black a rook.
Mm-hmm.
pretty much. And that's why White should be winning. Sorry, White should make a draw. It's knight d3, I thought, and then you go here. And then here. And then you just move the bishop, I guess.
To
Right, to
f8.
No, f8 or knight c5? No. Wait a second. I'm doing something wrong. Check.
No, what's wrong with that? After bishop f8, knight c5, keep going, king c6.
King c6. You do the same
Guys,
thing.
you're moving the king to the wrong square.
b5, yeah.
Yeah, you need to-
I've almost figured it by now, but again, is it like the easiest way to make a draw? I'm sorry. Like where
Easiest way.
you have to, like, first of all, there be a rook down, and then after this check, yeah, king b5. And then after this check, no, in fact, after this check, maybe you go to b7. No,
there's
let me.
still so many
Yeah, knight d3, king b5, and then after this check, you go to b6, and you have bishop a5 block.
Yeah, usually with only 2 minutes left on the clock, you just
You'd prefer, yeah?
simplest variation to make a draw, but this is like the most complicated one.
You'd prefer something simpler, yeah? Indeed.
No, I think Shimanov is just trying to make us work.
No, but wait a sec. But after king d4, isn't bishop a3 much easier?
I think that's the only move, right?
No, we looked at a6, which was kind of a draw, but
if you play-
sophisticated one.
Well,
Right.
But if you go bishop
Okay,
a3
well, you're going to
first.
have a lot of fun because the rook moves to c2.
But then I thought we have check, right?
Yes, you do.
Wow.
We have check, king c4, and
Then
king
king-
c4 I can take.
Then king e3,
King e3 and I go back.
and you go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a much
Sort of a fortress, but still, yeah, like very shaky. Very, very shaky fortress. But I believe, if anything, Shimanov spotted this fortress and not this a6, a7, you know, all the tricks, and the pawn somehow makes a draw. But we'll see. There are still a few games apart from this one on lower boards.
Okay, yeah, so shall we... I see that the game between Raya and Jumabayev is still going on.
The only thing I'm really kind of curious about, yes, Van Forest was corrected and Jordan Van Forest has won the game, luckily.
And Nihal Sarin just recovered some of those lost rating points because he defeated Musavi.
26 moves was black, yeah. Must have been some
Yeah,
nice game.
he's had a really unfortunate tournament, Nihal Sarin, because he was one of the top 10 and somehow it just never got going. His opponents all played fantastically against him.
Okay, if my calculation is correct, I think a draw will be enough for Fashali to secure the norm tomorrow. Again, this is not an official calculation.
Depends on whom she's
He will
playing.
play some GMs. She will play some GM for sure. Having
Yeah, like with her rating, she's always kind of in the bottom half of her points group.
yeah, so she will play against.
She'll play another GM.
upper
And
GMs for
how
sure.
many points is she gaining? She's getting 22 points.
22 points with a performance rating of 26.63. So basically, yeah, I don't know whether even a loss is.
Yeah,
I think
it could be that
it
she
could
just
be.
shows up.
She just shows up, play the game, regardless of the result, she gets the norm.
Yeah.
It could be it, but again, this is not an official calculation. We don't want to take any responsibility of the. Yeah, but it looks like it. Yeah, okay. Wow, Dan, it's gonna be another history in the making for
India,
Indian
yeah,
chess.
she will be India's third female grandmaster.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, after
Vanaro
Hampi
Hampi and
Harika.
Harika. Well, she needs to work her rating up to 2,500, but I believe by next
if she
year
carries on playing like this,
Exactly.
I mean, it's just going to be standard. I mean, it was so easy for her. You know, she just demolished Fokidov.
And if
played
she wants to
great
make a
chess.
draw, she does it easily. as
Yeah,
well.
she did, as we showed
Yeah.
today.
Awesome.
Within an hour, that was it. Opposite color bishops. And she was out of there.
I'm just kind of scrolling through a few last moves of this game. Rook d1, a4, rook c1, knight c5, king e5. Yeah, like funny enough, when we've gotten to this position, you probably are forced to go for this brilliancy a5, right?
And he did. King d4 and f5 already happened on the board.
A5, no, a5, king d4. Yes. It's,
I mean, f5,
Yeah,
king d4, and
and
a6.
now-
he went a6.
Oh, he did. He goes.
He didn't go bishop a3. He went
Without-
a6.
Without spending any second, just play a6.
A6
Wow.
because it's easy.
Very
It's an easy way to make a draw.
Okay, well, bishop a3 was the easy way to make the draw.
Kind of,
e6
yeah.
was the sophisticated, artistic way how to do it, and
Okay, so
Okay, knight
we
takes.
take here.
yeah, and now you have
a7.
to go a7.
You have to go a7. Now, I would assume that's kind of depending on where the knight's going, you'll also choose the square for the king, because as we know, after knight d3, king b5 makes a draw. But if black was to go knight e6,
I think also, wait, hang on. If king b5, you have c6, and then king b6,
yes, that's the line.
and bishop a5, yeah?
Yes.
And it happened already, so a7 is on the board.
There's also this, like knight e6. I mean, how crazy am I? Look, knight e6, where the king's going.
Okay, your king has to go to b7. Anything
This time,
else
king has to go
loses.
to b7.
Yeah.
And I go rook b1, 8 queen, and I go here, and I say I'll play with rook, knight, and pawn against the queen.
Oh no. This is going to
You go, no, it's
The
reality.
position with
Yeah,
the king
a7.
on c6. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, now here,
Yeah.
which is the most trickiest?
I guess knight d3.
Knight d3.
Yeah.
Knight
because-
d3 it was tricky, and again, okay, so king b5 is a draw. King b7 is also a draw according to the
After knight
template.
d3,
So yeah, so if you go
king b7, rook a1.
rook a1, and now, oh wow, look
Learn
at
and
this.
behold.
Yeah, 2 bishop moves are draw. Anything else just loses.
So e7, yeah. Bishop e7,
Bishop
okay.
d2.
Bishop e7, and if knight c5, just to ask,
If knight c5,
king b8.
king b8.
I was one move away from making a draw. Knight c5, yes, and king b8.
That's why bishop a8 was losing, because you have knight d7.
Yes.
So
But
bishop
it's, but it's weird that bishop d2 would be a draw. I mean, like,
Bishop
who would
d2
even
would
think
be a
about
draw,
putting the
right?
bishop there?
So, well, in a way, you can say that king and a pawn make a draw against this knight and this rook, and bishop just has to be preserved to be traded for the c7 pawn, so it does not participate actively.
Yes.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
And what other line was tricky? So after knight d3,
Knight d3,
and if king b5,
king b5, c6,
now
right?
c6 was one thing that we looked at, and again you have to step forward with the king to b6.
And yeah, and then after rook a1,
After
there
rook
is
a1.
bishop a5.
Bishop a5 is forced,
And yeah,
and
now I can't stop the pawn from promotion.
Exactly.
Okay, I do have a hope though. Rook b1, and then you go to a6, and I go knight c5 checkmate.
king c7 would
King c7 wins for white though. Yeah. So I have to be careful with this one. So one move before after bishop a5, I still had this knight e5, queen, knight c4, and a draw. Right. So it could be that Shimanov thought it's not such a hard draw after knight d3, king b5, yeah, because the idea of bishop a5 is obviously straightforward.
And what other knight moves could be potentially tricky?
Knight e6.
Knight e6.
I don't know why is it tricky, but
King
and we
b7.
figured out, yeah, figured it out. Yeah, king b7 and rook
And-
b1, queen.
After knight to d8, okay, you have to play king c8, but that's pretty self-explanatory because if you go king b8, knight to c6,
King b8, knight c6, king a6.
a1
rook
with a check.
a1,
and
oh.
and knight c6.
Oh, hang on,
Yes,
get
yes.
this, get this. So after, if you go king c8, rook a1, the way to draw is to go king takes pawn.
King c8,
Uh.
king c8, not a6.
King,
King d8.
Yeah,
You go
so
here,
king
and then
c8. Now rook a1,
and you take on
and the
c7.
way to draw is to go king takes pawn. And after rook takes
Yeah, you
pawn,
take the
you
knight.
take the knight.
Mhm.
And then we might have a position where it's like rook versus bishop. But the king is not
The
so
king's
well
okay.
placed.
The king's okay. The king's okay.
But somehow you feel more comfortable with it being in the center. And, well, Aparin thinking.
Right, but what a miss by Aparin. Like, once again, it's easier, you know, to kind of... I'm not even criticizing, but, like, it's easier to see that there is something when the computer tells you.
But where
Yeah,
did he go wrong?
He could have... I don't
Oh,
know,
yeah,
I mean,
bishop
like, in the,
h3,
yeah,
yeah,
like this,
yeah.
bishop e5, bishop h3, you would pretty much win the game. And I think,
Wow.
like, he simply missed this whole point that queen f1 is a checkmate.
Shall we show
Yeah, once again,
position?
we can show it back because, yeah, it was like very original, but you know, unsound opening from white, and bishop e5. It was already on the board, and only one move was needed, which was bishop to h3. What's interesting, he went h5, so he had seen the idea of this pin, right, and completely missed, I would argue, the idea of the other pin, bishop h3, and the rook is pinned because queen f1 is a checkmate.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which brought us here,
to
96 check, yes.
Knight e6 played. And again, only one move.
King b7
so king b5 loses to
King b5 will lose
to c5, no?
to
No.
rook a1.
Rook a1.
And,
Plain, no, not
and
plain
after
and
bishop
simple.
a5, and this is the point. Look
C6.
at it, c5.
C5 now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
c5, knight c7.
Yep.
Missable,
Wow.
missable.
Yeah, missable. Okay, now a critical moment.
moment of truth coming up soon. Shimanov is about to make
Knight,
a move.
King b7 or king b5.
So he needs to play king b7.
He absolutely needs to do that.
but king b7, we figured this is the hard line. Yeah, this is the hard line. Knight d8, king c8, rook a1.
And he did it.
He does it.
He does. King b7.
Yeah. Okay, so knight d8, king c8,
And that's it.
and that's it. And rook a1, and then you just take on c7 and take on d8. Okay.
And was there... No, there was no other line where there...
Wait a second. So check this, knight c6, 8, queen,
Oh, what? Knight
b4. And then you...
Knight d8 played.
Knight d8 played, yes, okay. Knight d8 played. So king b8 is obviously bad, but king a6, what did we say? Knight c6.
Check rook a, and then knight c6.
Knight c6 works as well, maybe?
No,
King a6 is a loss.
Is a loss, yeah. But I
Just
remember there was
one.
something tricky,
right?
right?
Knight c6 here.
And then, yeah, you do have knight c6.
Rook a5 as well.
But
Yeah, that's...
knight
Okay, rook
c6.
a5, knight c6, take pawn.
But you can
Or
also
knight
just go
c6,
knight
yeah.
Or rook
c6.
a5, knight c6. Yeah. Either
Just
way.
go-
No, but this one is too easy of a refutation, so therefore you do go to c8, right? So this one's easy. King a8, yeah.
No. Knight c6, yeah.
And
Okay. So he will not miss
Shimanov,
it.
just under 2 minutes on the clock, and once again has to find the only move to draw, and that is to go king c8.
What is he waiting for? The move a5, a6 was way harder than this one. And then he moved it in less
Yeah,
than
but-
a second.
Right.
It's always good to recheck your moves, right?
That's true.
Like,
Patience is a virtue, you know.
Mhm.
How many games have you lost because you've been impatient?
Countless.
Yeah, me too. I remember watching England's top player, Mickey Adams, and literally it was like he had to make rook a1, check, mate, back rank mate.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, I would have done it instantly. But he was like, 30 seconds later, rook a1, check. And we were thinking, checkmate. And we were thinking, yeah, how many games do you think he saved by just taking the time out? And king c8.
King c7.
On
Late,
board,
yeah.
rook. Okay,
So,
guys, we could be in for the night. Rook a8, king takes c7,
C7.
late, and after rook takes a7, king takes knight.
You might want to check knight e6, but then okay, after king b7, there's nothing much.
Yeah. I think if you want to try to win this one just through irritation, then I think probably the best chance is
Take a7, yeah.
A7.
I don't know them very well, but I think Oparin, like from what I know, Oparin is not that kind of a guy who will play like rook versus bishop, you know.
What about, sorry,
But I
what
think
about
he
king
might do.
c4 here?
He might do, because he's irritated with himself.
And he did it. He did my suggestion. King c4.
King c4. King c4
You still have to be careful with moving the
was where you go with the bishop.
d2.
Yes and no. There are 4 bishop moves that are fine. So you can go bishop e1.
Bishop e1, of course. I mean, bishop
You can
e1
go bishop
is
d2. You can even go bishop e7 and bishop f8. But what is going to be losing is bishop d6.
Because
and that's a
Because
funny
I-
one
because I
because
get-
king d5, right?
Right, I
king-
thought maybe
no?
knight f7.
knight e6 actually also. Oh, no.
No,
Knight
knight
f7,
d6, we
knight
go
f7.
back. Knight f7. Ah, yeah, right, you are, of course, yeah. Knight f7, and then this one's hanging, this one's hanging. And, well, no, king c4 is a very good resource.
And bishop e7 is on the board.
Bishop e7. Can't do much.
Yeah, I think the best. Okay, knight e6.
Knight e6, king
King b7.
King b7 is a draw,
B7.
king b6 is a draw, king b8. But obviously the losing moves is if you step
Leaving
away
the pawn,
from
right?
the pawn. Yeah. So,
So any move to the b.
yeah.
b5.
Any move to the b file makes a draw, yeah. Well, king
King
b7.
b7.
Okay. Oparin, just take the a7 and then shake hands. No, he didn't, of course.
I know he's
Rook
studying the
b1.
tricks.
Yeah,
King
he's
b1,
studying the
king,
tricks.
rook b1,
Oh.
king c8.
Rook b1.
Actually, it's worth throwing this in because king a6 would be a loss.
Mm-hmm.
And
Knight c7.
exactly, yeah.
That's
And oh dear.
I don't know. I mean, might be kind of easier win, but this is good enough.
And what after? Ah, yeah, this is good enough. Okay, I thought a8 was.
8, 9, knight 8. Yes, I'm not that brilliant. There is no checkmate. 8, knight 8.
Okay, so
The bishop e7 again. What was? I'm losing it. I'm sorry.
he
Have
played
to
rook to
update this one. So one little movement. Yeah, king to c8 after rook b1 check. That's an actual position on the board. Rook a1, king back to b7. And
Is he gonna try
knight
knight
c7 was played. So one more question. Is bishop d6 an immediate draw? Or d8, rather?
ironically enough, yes.
Bishop d8,
Bishop
maybe.
d6 is a draw.
Bishop
Bishop
f6
d8
maybe.
is also a draw. You can also capture the knight.
Yeah, that's.
And funnily enough,
Yeah.
you could even go bishop h4 and it's a draw.
Bishop h4, knight b5, bishop f2, right? Oh, no, wait, what bishop f2? A8, yeah.
Yeah, you just go a8.
So, wait a second, knight c7. Do not move the bishop to the square where it can be taken, yeah? Bishop to d8. Played. And it won't be rook versus bishop then.
No. Well, maybe it will be after knight to b5. You have to go.
Queen, right? 8 queen.
Yeah. And I was wondering whether there was any knight to
Knight d6, king b8.
King b8.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's it.
that is it.
So that's quite a save, right?
To play a5 instantly and then just to have calculated all this out.
Right.
What a save.
Honestly, from kind of what I remember from my games, I felt those ones to be the most disappointing when you kind of, you know, like came up with a very original idea in the opening, and then after 12 moves you were saving, and okay, you saved at the end, but the aftertaste, you know. I was playing white in this game, by the way, right? And I was suffering for like 70 moves.
What's happening?
Well,
Knight a8.
Oh, and then stalemate.
Rook
Bishop
b1.
G3.
And they finished. Yeah, Bishop
they have
b6.
finished.
G3 and rook takes
Bishop
B3.
b6. Bishop
yeah,
b6.
Bishop
B6. Sorry.
b6.
Wow. What a result there from Shimanov, who had a terrible opening with the white pieces, but he did save it. So this means these two players are now on 5.5 points. And just to check out today's results, because, well, we have some very shocking, well, not shocking, but sensational news, because we do have a sole leader, Arjun Erigaisi, leading the competition with 6.5 points out of 8, which
Right.
means if he wins tomorrow, that is it. He is the Qatar Masters Open champion. He wins the trophy. He walks away with $25,000. And here's a recap of today's results. And we saw Magnus Carlsen get back to winning ways with a victory with the white pieces against Gregory Kaidanov. Hikaru Nakamura got that much-needed win, and he also moves to 6 points as he defeated 17-year-old Pranav, and Erigaisi played a fantastic game to defeat David Paravian. And Sindarov, Yakuboev, that was a peaceful draw. It was also a peaceful draw in the All-Indian derby between Karthikeyan and Narayanan, and they are on 6 points. And other news, we have Nordibek Abdusattorov. He defeated his old trainer Vahidov to move to 6 points. So we now have 6 players on 6 points. They are Hikaru Nakamura, Sindarov, we have Yakuboev, we have Karthikeyan, we have Narayanan, and Nordibek Abdusattorov. They're on 6, and they are half point away from Arjun Erigaisi, which means tomorrow, guys, grand finale. It is game 9. What can we expect?
Well, as Miro mentioned, I think it's quite likely for Abdusattorov Nordibek to play against Arjun Erigaisi, and Arjun has to play with black pieces. So it is not quite sure if Arjun can try for win again. This is the last round of the event, and everyone is getting tired, getting exhausted. And well, I'm just hoping that tomorrow we will see many fireworks on the top boards, especially. Yep. What do you think, Miro?
I'm afraid he won't try so much, Erigaisi. He might win if his opponent, and his opponents will be trying, half a point behind, so he will have no other choice but to kind of to play the game. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
So
we will see.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of...
It's going to be exciting. And please remember that tomorrow the round will be beginning 2 hours earlier. So in case of Central European time, it will be 12 p.m. It is 1 p.m. Qatari time that the games are kicking off. Well, tomorrow is going to be absolutely thrilling. You don't want to miss it. So tune in tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central European time, and we will see you then for all of the action. Thank you everyone for watching, and goodbye.
Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow. I just found...
of innovation, there remains one timeless world. A world that hasn't changed for more than 1,000 years. A world with devoted traditions, just like Qatar's traditions. Qatar stands as a notable example of blending traditions with modernity, much like chess. Join us in Qatar Master Open 2023, where you will witness the best chess players go head-to-head in a tactical battle. If you wish to succeed, you must brave the risk of failure.